Welcome, everyone, to day one of the elimination portion of the Chess.com 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship. I'm here with my esteemed host, Grandmaster Aman Hambleton. Aman, how are you today?
Hello, Mike. I am doing great. Excited to be commentating with you as well. You know, this is the commentary duo they told you not to worry about. And I can't wait to get into the action today. It should be such a close match.
That's right. We've worked together before, but it's been several years, and it's going to be very exciting because we have now we have 7 players that are still remaining in this elimination competition. We just saw the 1 versus 8 matchup where Gukesh, the top seed, went 8-2 in all 3 segments for a total of a 24-6 victory. Today, we're going to be looking at Christopher Yu against Pranav, and then tomorrow we've got 4 more very highly talented players. 4 players got here by invite, 4 by qualification. But what are you expecting in today's matchup, Aman?
Well, Mike, I think, you kind of highlighted it right there. This is the 4 against 5 matchup. So I'm expecting, surprise, surprise, quite literally the closest match in the competition. We saw a blowout in the earlier match today, but Mike, I think we've got something completely opposite coming from today's match with Chris Yu and Pranav.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, junior players are always so underrated anyway. The question is, who is underrated more? I mean, Pranav has been absolutely blowing up the last couple of months, but Christopher Yu has been winning a ton of events. By the way, he wins everything in North Carolina, by the way. He got all 3 Grandmaster norms in my state, but this match, of course, is being played online. But we're not the only ones who have registered their opinion on this match because we have some predictions by Smarter Chess, and let's take a look at those. Confirmation of what you just said, Aman. What do you see here in the Smarter Chess breakdown?
Yeah, I mean, 52-48 is just, a Smarter Chess way of saying, hey, this is a coin flip, because that's exactly what I expect from this match. I mean, it's really impossible to say, it leans 2% in one direction. No, this is anyone's match, and it really just comes down to who's on form right now. And surprisingly, in matches like this, where it's actually really close between players, sometimes, Mike, you actually do get a lopsided score because it really is just who's in form that day. So it starts out as maybe the closest match, but we'll see if one player uses the momentum to pull away.
Yeah, now years ago, I used to hang out in the poker circuit where I had friends, and if you told them there was a 52% chance of a coin landing on heads, they would literally bet their entire fortune. But that is not something I'm going to suggest any of our viewers do today. It is a coin flip. And Aman, also, these players are younger. You know that these matches are often won by streaks and swings, and players can't get a hold of a long string of losses. So they're going to have to figure out if this format is something that they can adhere to very, very quickly. So should be interesting. But it's not just advancement to the next round online. We've got a lot of big prizes. Let's take a look at those, Aman.
Yeah, these are no joke. I mean, the thing that draws my attention here, of course, the players are probably going to be looking at the first thing, which is advancing. That's, all these guys care about is making it to the finals. But you look at that total prize pool of $45,000, and I'm drawn to the third point there. Look at how much money that is at stake just for this match, Mike. $1,750 plus a split. And I love that format because it means that every result matters.
Yeah, I mean, even though the opening match this morning was a blowout, those final couple of games, every game still counted for know, $50 a month. I'd play a bullet game for $50 with you.
Sign me up, Mike.
Yeah, you're going to do better in the cash payout there. And also, by the way, not shown, but if you win the entire competition, if you come out unscathed, you get the invite to the Chess.com Big Boy Speed Chess Championship. So, of course, you have to win all 3 of your matches. So, but the winner here does have to play Gukesh. That might not be a positive, but hey, you at least get a chance against Gukesh. Right. So let's take a look at the format. It's the same as in most years. So the viewers that are veteran watchers will understand this. And Aman, take us through what we're going to see today.
Yeah, I think very, very standard for these type of events, but we have 90 minutes of 5+1, 60 minutes of 3+1, and then a final 30 minutes of 1+1. I think just most important to note is just that +1 second increment that will be present throughout the entire match, Mike. I think that's something the players are getting more and more used to. We see it in Title Tuesday now. It's in a lot of these top events. So something to get used to, but I can't stress enough. 1 second increment is pretty much nothing.
Yeah, actually, I'm used to it in my chess kid days because we don't want our 9 and 10-year-olds to play without increment. So I'm a little more used to it, but I'm also a little more used to Christopher Yu. We see him there on screen waiting. As I said, I'm from North Carolina. He basically makes a second career taking all the rating points and money in my state, but he's so fast and his puzzle rush score is so high. You saw Smarter Chess thought that there was only a minute edge in the bullet. Do you agree that that's where Christopher Yu's big edge or small edge might lie?
Yeah, I was thinking to myself, Mike, that's worth about 2%. I was thinking exactly that. No, I mean, it's hard to quantify. In bullet, I would say, that's an area where not only have myself and Pranav played so many games, but it's somewhere where he's comfortable. But, I mean, how can you be comfortable against the pedigree? I mean, look at what's in front of us here. 2022 U.S. Junior Chess Champion. And I tell you, I went to the 2022 U.S. Chess Masters, and I couldn't stop him. I mean, he won while I was there. So, I mean, he's unstoppable, Mike.
Yeah, and when he won the U.S. Junior, he got an invite to the U.S. Championship and beat Wesley So quite famously as black in a Petrov. Probably he's the only person in history that can say that.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
yeah, he's just so awesome as this bug flies around and tries to make my job more difficult. But he also had a chance to be the youngest American grandmaster in history, but he was derailed by COVID on that. He's still one of the youngest in history. So quite an impressive pedigree from Christopher Yu.
Mike, you're saying it took a worldwide pandemic to keep him from breaking all the chess records? I mean, if that's what it takes, good luck to Pranav today.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say exactly, but I looked at the timeline, and it definitely seems like he was impacted. He was once the youngest IM in history for Americans. That was passed by, of course, Abhimanyu Mishra. But he had a chance to break Sam Sevian's record for youngest American grandmaster, and I think COVID probably derailed that. But anyway, Mishra beat them all anyway, so it's water under the bridge.
But that's the exciting thing is you just have younger and younger players breaking records that have been previously set. And that's what the JSCC is all about, is finding that new talent, the new young player that we're all going to be talking about the same way that, we talk about the likes of Firouzja now as he, ascends into the best players in the world.
Yeah, Firouzja, former competitor in this championship. We've talked a lot about you. Let's talk about the man who only needs one name. No, he's not Madonna. He's Pranav. He's yet another talent from Tamil Nadu. And, Indians have won this competition the past 3 years. I think there's 3 Indians in the knockout phase. So there's a little bit of symbiosis there. But tell us about Pranav's resume.
Yeah, I mean, Pranav is, I think what's most impressive there, although this is an online competition, is gaining 127 elo in classical chess since June 2022. It's basically a year. That is an insane amount of rating to gain. Those points are tough to come by, let me tell you, in classical chess. Pranav has been improving so much. He's a guy that's been playing Eric and myself on the Chess Bra channel for so long. And I can safely say that, that moment where, the kid's growing up and you just can't beat them anymore. Yeah, that's long since passed, Mike. And I'm just happy I got my score to a pretty good level against him so that hopefully he never catches up.
127 classical points in the last year. Now, Aman, you have a K factor of 10. You've had it for a while. When was the last time you gained 120 points in a year? How old were you?
Well, actually, I'm thinking back now, and it must have been 20. I was about 20 years old, I think. And so that's a full decade ago, Mike.
All right. Well, we'll leave it to the viewers to research what your actual age is. But we've been totally equivocating on who we think is the favorite. Chat, you can let us know who you think the favorite is. We'd be interested to hear from you. But I know a lot less about Pranav, so we're going to see how he fares against this American talent. I first saw Christopher, I believe, in 2016 at the World Championship in New York. And I saw him play some Skittles games, and I knew he was going to be pretty impressive, but I actually could not have even predicted how impressive he has gone on to become. So pretty great stuff. And of course, Wesley So knows all about that. And the U.S. Championship was certainly his time to shine.
Yeah, no, it's actually so remarkable. You go back in history a little bit, especially for myself, and I think about a lot of these talented players nowadays, and I'm like, wait, I played this guy when he was 1900, and I wiped the floor with him, and it's so crazy to think that the story would be the exact opposite now if we met in a tournament. So honestly inspiring and really motivating. And that's why I think the JSCC is so exciting, because you're literally watching these players improve in front of your eyes.
Yeah, it's a big coming out party. Of course, Wei Yi won the inaugural year. Nihal Sarin won the last 2 years. And then the Erigaisi won exactly the previous year. And of course, all of these guys have gone on to be big, big names in the chess world. So I do see both players getting set up. And they both look so young. Maybe it's a factor of us getting older, but 16-year-olds look younger when you are 43 like I am than when you're 23. They just, I don't know.
Yeah, that's right.
Bigger variation there. So
no, I'm really excited to get into this match. We start with the 5+1. If I had to, make a prediction in general, this is probably the most important, because I think it's the time control that the players might be the least familiar with. And it's not just these two. I think maybe in the whole competition, these juniors, they're bullet machines, and they always play blitz. Title Tuesday, blitz for practice, training. But 5+1, I feel like that's that weird time control where you're like, oh, this is loads and loads of time. But then you start thinking it a bunch and you realize, wait a minute, I'll actually just be under pressure on the clock the entire game. So I think this is a really important format.
Yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of E4s as well. I think Christopher likes to respond with the Sicilian and double king pawn for Pranav. And in fact, here we go. We are off and running. And just as I mentioned, it is a double king pawn. That is what Pranav often plays in classical chess.
There we go. Yeah, starting with e4, e5, quite literally the best opening in chess, and has been for a very long period of time. And we get to see a Ruy Lopez right off the bat. And there we go, bishop e7, Mike. So we're going to get kind of a standard position. None of that Berlin stuff. These kids are too young to play that kind of chess.
Yeah, bishop e7 is the most flexible move because you often play b5 later, although now we have a delayed exchange. And this always confused me when I was a kid. Why would you play bishop a4 and then take, time for you to drop your first Grandmaster Wisdom? Why would white waste a tempo like that?
Yeah, well, the thing is, first of all, the move a6 is not entirely helpful because, it may just go to a5 later, and the move b5 is already possible. So the move that you've handed black is not, it's not like developing a free piece. And also, you're not necessarily sure early on that you want to take on c6. So you actually would love to see black commit their knight to f6 so that maybe they have to waste another move going back to defend the pawn. F6 wouldn't be possible there. So you're kind of waiting for black to put his pieces somewhere and then saying, okay, now that they're there, I'm going to take. And you're not going to be as prepared to handle that.
Yeah, that's good analysis. And the only pawn structure element I can add in is if white ever plays d4 and trades the d for the e pawn, then white has a legitimate 4-on-3 on the king side, whereas black's 4-on-3 cannot engineer a passed pawn. So I know we're thinking like 30 moves in the future to some sort of end game, but that is something that I learned as a kid. If you're black, you don't want to just allow that trade. Of course, black would get some pressure on white's e4 pawn, so it's not exactly like it's something that white can do right away, but pawn structure is coming into play. So will black play c5 here to prevent that very idea and give away the d5 square, or is that not an option for black?
Yeah, that's a good point. This move c5, and black kind of dreams of maybe this setup going b6, a5, putting all the pawns on dark squares, which I feel like if you're the side with the two bishops, one of these sort of unwritten rules, which is usually good pawn structure etiquette, is, if you look at the bishop that you have that your opponent doesn't, in this case, it's that light squared bishop, then generally speaking, pawns on dark squares will be great because your bishop complements them perfectly by controlling the other color, all those light squares that, look weak.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised Christopher's taking so much time on the clock in such an early position, but you can see how much care each player is putting into these little itty bitty pawn moves, and it does seem like black is going exactly for what you said. Black is going to play c5. White is now trying to stop that, of course, and then black was going to probably fianchetto his bishop. Notice that white still can't get d4 in because, again, his e4 pawn is too weak to engineer this break right away.
Right, yeah, d4 pawn takes, well, now that this pawn's on b4, there's another element that maybe that pawn might be hanging there, but to your point, c takes d4. This is every chess player's dream, two center pawns, but that pressure x-ray from the rook on e8, as you said, is just making it harder and harder to achieve. So the other thing I think that black is maybe wanting to do is, a move like f6, but careful. Sometimes it's good, but also, queen b3, and you just have to reckon with that weakened diagonal as soon as you play that.
Exactly. And I apologize to everybody, but I'm going to be dropping a lot of chess kid references in. That's the world I live in. But if white is able to get the pawn to d4, and the two pawns side by side. We call that the snowplow. And Aman, you are Canadian, so you at least understand that reference. My Florida kids, they don't know. I have to make up something new for them.
I was gonna say that's not even a chess kid reference. That's just a Canadian reference. So I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm trying
Queen
to play
F6 played.
I'm trying to talk your game. I don't have any pawn structure called the poutine, but we'll make that up before the day's over.
All right, deal. Queen F6. An interesting move because I don't think everyone is necessarily reaching for the queen in that position. Extra support lended to the E5 pawn, but right now I think with this A4 move, you're kind of hinting at maybe wanting to play A5. And if black is in a position after A5, B5 where C5 never happens, then obviously the bishop is suffering on B7. So it's really about the move C5, Mike. Can black get that in a good way, or will white be able to prevent it? Because that, I think, dictates how strong this bishop is and how strong black's game is overall.
Yeah, and that's the one bishop that white doesn't have. This brings to mind Grandmaster Simeon Palatnik's aphorism about a sick buffalo, or in his Russian accent, a sick buffalo. And his point is that if you have one bad piece, it poisons your whole position. Right. I apologize, it's the only farming reference I have for you today. But yeah, the whole position could turn on whether or not this bishop actually becomes a real piece. Still a 1 minute time advantage for Pranav as he tries to engineer activity for his bishops.
Yep, and obviously h6, not only a useful move in general, but he wanted to bring the rook in, so he wanted to take care of bishop to g5. That would have been a cold shower. Everyone bringing their rooks to the center. White has these, basic moves like h3, which will always be useful, but it's getting down to that moment that I think every chess player fears, Mike, where you've made kind of all the basic developing moves, you've moved all your pieces once. Hey, it's the hard part. Now it's time for a plan.
Yeah, okay, I'm just going to throw something out there. What if white brings the knight on f back to d2 to support the e-pawn, maybe even play f3 to deaden that light-squared bishop's diagonal? And it's a little bit artificial, but I'm just trying to find a way to get d4 in. Of course, if you play knight on f to d2 now, you'd even cover your c4 knight, which would be hanging. So I don't know. What do you think about this idea?
So the annoying thing for white is that they're always going to have to take into account that long-range bishop, that even if you do all this work and take care of your e4 pawn, as soon as d4 happens, it's actually your b4 pawn, which is going to be the one falling. So it's funny, all that work makes so much sense, covers e4, but then guess what? You've still got work to do. You got to play like rook b1 or queen b3, and only then can you play d4 and take with the pawn. So if you wanted to play d4 and take with the piece, I think your plan makes sense. But if white's trying to get that snowplow, to steal your word, then I think even more work has to be done.
Yeah, it's Christmas in June. We're already talking about winter, but you're right. White would ideally like to take back with the c-pawn. And it's a funny position where there's not any tactics really possible at all. And yet it's more draining on the clock because white is just struggling to come up with any sort of functional plan here.
That's right. And, the one thing they say about the bishops is it's kind of like just an investment. And, when you make an investment, you don't always have to handle it daily, watch it all the time. Sometimes you just own it and it appreciates over time. That's kind of what the bishops are. Just by existing, just by having the bishop pair here, black realizes he doesn't need to make commitments right now. And white moves the knight back. And finally he says, okay, time for c5. I think that b5 was always white's intention against c5. What do you think about b5 here, Mike?
Yeah, I hadn't thought about this, actually. I do think that black plays c5 because d4 was coming and white was going to take back with the f knight and hit the queen. So, but yeah, b5, it looks like white wants to play... Does white want to play c4 in this position and just play with the backward pawn, maybe?
Yeah, it's an interesting move. Basically, c4 would actually be really interesting because white is the one with the knights. So you want to close things up and maybe... a little slow reroute, but knight b1, knight c3, knight d5. It might take a while, but at least you're playing with a plan there.
Yeah, and remember, in closed positions, tempos don't mean nearly as much. So backward moves often happen in slow positions. c4 was played, so this is usually where I cringe that the players actually followed my idea. But you're right, the knight is coming to d5. I know it's circuitous, but that's the nature of knights. I've got a video on Chess Kit about backward moves, and knights are clearly the pieces that go backward the most, I think, in these types of positions.
Yeah, and we can barely even spit out the idea before, look, it's happened on the board, but pay attention to Pranav, who, guess what, strong player himself, he knows the exact same idea. That knight is headed to e6 and headed to d4, so who's piece will be stronger once it reaches that outpost.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I do think that this is nice by Christopher Yu to get this position because I think you can play more moves faster in this type of position. But it also means we're in for a long game, and he's already down 1 minute and 20 seconds. That 1 second increment obviously is playing important dividends in this game. You can afford to play this way a little bit more, but this is a pretty severe time advantage for game one.
Yeah, and usually king h7, bishop f8, g6 is kind of the remedy to kick out a knight on f5, but that's not that easy to do right here. So, whoa, a lot of trades just happened. E takes and knight takes here. Are we going to see knight d5?
I mean, if not, I guess if you're knight d5, the only reason not to do it is if you wanted to preserve the knight and you don't want to allow the knight to get traded. I think that knight's going to get taken before long, though. I don't like knights hanging out in my territory in blitz chess. It's just more bad than good that can happen.
Yeah, the thing is, c6 never really helps the case because, first of all, it might hang a pawn, but also if these pawns trade, imagine that the b and c pawns disappear, white's pawn on d5 will then be a protected pass pawn. I don't think that's interesting at all.
Yeah, I wonder if white took with the c pawn, because if he takes the d pawn, the queen endgame, white has this weakness on d3 and black has no obvious weakness. You don't want to, actually, the worst case scenario would be some queen endgame here where Christopher was down 1 minute and black could just tickle and check and make things annoying for a long time.
Yeah, and I think king h7 is a clever move there. There might have been an e5 idea in the position. I don't think he was working right away, but he just says, you know what, it's never working anymore. Let's simplify things. Maybe doubling the rooks here. Obviously super equal, but I would give the edge a little bit to Pranav just because I'm liking these queen f4, queen g3 type of moves, and I'm not seeing where exactly white is going to go that seems threatening. 11 seconds as well, Mike.
Yeah, I think the queen on c4 is almost like a big pawn. That's a derogatory term for usually a bad bishop, but now we have a queen being a big pawn. And you're right. The rooks can even come up and over into the black as a white king's position. So you're right. Black has the play. Black has the extra 20 seconds and 5.1 for Christopher, and he's going to have to defend for a while.
He is, and I think one of the skills that, first of all, these juniors all have, but Pranav in particular is, when you're lower on the clock, he just knows those annoying moves that you're like, don't want to deal with when you don't have time. So I feel like this is kind of his strong suit as look at the cementing he's doing on the dark squares.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he played another prophylactic move a la your suggestion. I was going to say G6 because you don't want to allow any kind of E5 discovered check. And now we have certain sacrificial checkmates and offing. And it looks like the computer's just saying that these checkmates work.
I mean, it's just mate.
Yeah.
And a little fist pump by Pranav there, Mike. That is nice to see that early emotion from the players. That was a sweet checkmate idea, and he really just did that because of the time. I don't think that was a forced mate, Mike, but I think that he realized the guy's low on time. He can't play perfect defense.
Yeah, you're right. And a good masterclass there on going after the hook pawn, but you're right. What was more important than anything was the extra time. So we will see if Christopher makes an adjustment here in game two and plays a little bit more quickly. But for those of you just joining us, that was the opening game of the second match of the elimination part of the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. And Christopher Yu faces an early deficit against our grandmaster from Tamil Nadu, Mr. Pranav. Or Buddy, I should call him.
Yeah, exactly. He came to this event from the qualifier. So not to be underestimated. It's actually crazy to think that usually a qualifier to an event is, the 8th seed. That's kind of how it works, right? It's like qualify in, you're maybe the underdog, but you have that story. Pranav qualified and he's in there as the 5th seed. So definitely deserves to be here.
Yeah, you're right. And he has come from, I'm not going to say from nowhere, but when you gain 120 points, you go from a little bit off the radar, a little bit more onto our screen. And I think he's now going to be a permanent person that we think about to invite to these things. I don't make such decisions, but he's definitely more on our radar. So a different type of opening. I think this was D4 on move 1. What do you see happening here, Aman?
Yeah, this I think was a Caro-Kann. This knight takes F6 stuff E takes F6 always gives that weird impression like, wait a minute, isn't white just quote unquote up a pawn? Kind of the same feeling that you were mentioning in that earlier Ruy Lopez game. But you need to take it to an end game before you can really feel the extra pawn. Right now, this is the middle game. There's queens on the board, so much happening, and that F pawn starting to make itself felt, maybe an f4 push. So doesn't feel like white's up a pawn yet, but you take it to an endgame, and suddenly Pranav would be feeling a lot better.
Yeah, unlike in game one, the extra C pawn just played a defensive role. Here, black would even be willing to jettison one of his F pawns to break up white's pawn structure. So my question to you, Aman, the grandmaster, can white think about pushing his own F pawn in certain situations to deaden the ability for black to expand on the king side?
Yeah, I think given the nature of the current position, it might be necessary. I was about to say Queen H4 is about to force a really uncomfortable move, G3 or F4 or something like that. But the main plan for white in this whole opening is usually the counterintuitive C5 and then followed by D5. And like if you can get that, of course, you want to then bring the pawn to D6. And if black takes, you bring the knight into D5. But counterattacks are going to happen, like D5, knight E5, and what the heck is happening there?
Yeah, white's got to be careful because it looks optically like bishop F3, queen H3 always mate, but there's never a mate when white's bishop can come back to F1. And what you said is key. If white ever plays D5, then suddenly his light squared bishop could get attacked by a knight. Of course, when the knight comes to E5, there's more pieces coming into these light squares. So keep an eye on that. I don't want to harbor a prediction, but if black gets any tactic on that light squared bishop, black would be even willing to sacrifice the exchange in many cases just to get rid of the bishop. And if the D file opens, black would be a little bit closer to doing that.
Right. So a big moment here. The time usage is a lot more even between the players this time, as rook D8 has been played. And, you know, it's one of those moves that, I mean, chess.com, so harsh, handing a question mark to that move. I mean, bringing the rook to the center of the board, Mike, how can we hate on that?
Yeah, I don't know. I thought Christopher might have actually gotten bored with the position. He got up for a second, and I think it was the most subtle product placement in history because he got up and his chair spun very slowly, almost to show us some sponsor name on the back of his gamer's chair. But no, I think he was just getting a water or something. I don't think it was that dramatic.
Yeah, I'm a little confused by that move, but I'm, you know, because I can see the eval bar did not like it, I'm looking at moves like bishop G5 there. Maybe F6 and just losing control of that, you know, A2, G8 diagonal might not have been very good. So bishop F4, I think it's a very normal looking move, but not the move that the engines were looking for there.
Yeah, there's definitely some subtleties in there about how to fix black's pawns, and not a very obvious thing to go bishop G5 and then back to F4 or something like that, but something was missed. White is still a little bit preferred by the engine, but still everything is within the margins of black's equality here if black plays correctly.
I think this game still revolves around that key point, which is these two pieces right there. Those queens disappear from the board. I really think that Pranav's chances improve. You know, if we can get this D5 break in for white, or if we can get all major pieces off the board. Black, on the other hand, I mean, Chris Yu is looking to attack here, and G5 makes that absolutely clear.
Yeah. Not only can white use this extra pawn, so to speak, if the queens leave the board, but white never has to worry about getting mated. And a huge blunder after bishop F3. There must be something that we're not seeing. Is there an overworked piece in black's position, or is there an F7 trick? What are you seeing here?
Well, the one thing I'm seeing is that you don't need to actually do anything. You are hitting F7, so there's no threats really to speak of. Rook E7, speaking of overworked pieces, is not only making a threat, but D8 will be hanging, and if the rook takes and goes back to E8, then you've got queen takes F6. Rook E7 intends rook E1, and I don't think there's time for queen H3 or knight G4 here.
Yeah, I'm not sure if you mentioned it too, but if rook F8, then the rook on F8 is legitimately overworked. Rook takes F7 would be one way to cash in, and
That's
black
right.
might lose all of his rooks actually in that variation. So, yeah, it's weird that I said overworked piece before rook E7 happened, but I felt like something was happening. But yeah, this is white just playing very slowly, and again, queen H3 just never works. Black is like sitting there waiting for queen H3, and it's just not going to happen.
Yeah, the point of G5 by Chris was he wanted knight G4 to threaten mate on H2, unstoppable, H4, and then of course that's why the G pawn is sort of well placed there. But Pranav said, yeah, we don't play defense around here. Best defense is a little offense. Rook E7 is a killer shot, and you know, while the engine is not saying that black is out of the game, it really is disheartening when you're launching an attack and that moment happens where you realize you have to flip to defense.
Yeah, I was hoping to find a line for Black where he got the bishop take on f7, but Pranav's just too good for that. He knows that bishop is needed to come back, so there was no real way to engineer that. So the knight comes to d5. Black may even be willing to, I don't know, take back with something weird in this position. Okay, he takes back with the pawn to stop the f7 attack.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I still feel like in that position, it made more sense to leave the bishop maybe out because Queen h3, then you always play this with a tempo, was what I was thinking. But bishop e4, Chris has not given up on this attack yet. Queen f3, there's another diagonal to worry about.
We can almost say something funny, though. If bishop to b5 had happened, Black is not obligated to move his rook on e8 anywhere because
Yeah,
I don't know.
see
There could be a line where you take on e8 and Black loses every one of his back row pieces but mates anyway. I don't know
That's
if
right.
there was a way, but
Yep. No, but those are the things that you have to be on the lookout. Like, as soon as you think you're making a threat with this bishop, no, remember, this is the only piece holding your king in this position. So bishop e4 makes a serious threat. Of course, there is bishop g2, but that kind of, trades pieces off and not necessarily sure if that's the move you have to play, but it's there and available if you need a defensive move.
interestingly, Pranav was up about 45 seconds, and that's all been squandered and then some. Sometimes in blitz chess, a winning position is your worst enemy because you force yourself to win it. Now, I don't think anybody in the world would want to not have White's position here, but Pranav is bleeding some time trying to figure out how to cash in tactically.
Yep, and again, just even if these bishops trade, the danger is not gone. There's f3 and queen h3, and without the bishop there, that really will be a checkmating idea.
Okay, so now we have what we call in chess kid land the reverse Oreo. Well, actually, this is a very strange. You got the two rooks, which are the cream of the Oreo, but the bishop in the middle is the cookie. But we also have an additional black rook on e8, so we have some sort of double-decker Oreo. And yeah, I told you you're going to get chess kid references today.
Hey, we're still we're all taking notes. I assume everyone in chat is taking notes for future use. We want to make sure we can understand you fully, Mike.
Okay. I'll try to explain all these references if I can. So now both players are down to less than a minute, and we saw in the first time scramble Pranav get the best, but Pranav had the better position. It's easier to be better in a scramble. This might be a little more interesting because White again has to worry about g2 checkmates. So White is not exactly free of fear in this position.
Yeah, I think, though, the fact is queen h3, there's always a queen takes g5, queen f6, queen takes f3. Every pawn will disappear from the board. And there's rook g1 if you really need to cover. But I think White is about to play a really, really nasty move, queen f5. It's going to stop queen h3 and hit the pawn. So I understand queen g4.
Yeah, a good, I guess you'd say prophylactic by Black to stop White's prophylactic, but
a little bit, yeah.
Yeah, direct measures were not working, so that was a good spot I'm on to find how important it was to stop queen f5.
This is so tough for Christopher because, look, the pawn is attacked, which means you never, for the entire rest of the game, can threaten that. Rook's tied down to that pawn. I think White could almost win by just, pushing pawns on the queen side here. I can't find a move for Black.
Okay, so my only thought is rook c8, rook c6, and swing the rook over. I realize you're abandoning some of your back rank protection, and there could be some tricks. But what do you think about this plan? Just because Black has to try something.
Yeah, I agree. It's you have to try something. What he's trying here is using the queen to play a little bit of defense, but I really don't think it's going to help. Wow, what a shot!
Yeah, the rook can't come to g1, and there's a second checkmate, as you've just pointed on the screen. And now does White have to go for the perpetual? I think queen g5, queen f6 is the only way to not lose.
I'm so impressed by the resourcefulness from Chris because he knew that there was an idea there, and I had overlooked it as well in the commentary. You can see by the face that Pranav overlooked it. Look, he was saying queen h3, I always have queen takes pawn, but overlooking queen f1 mate, Mike, that's unbelievable by Chris Yu.
Yeah, and don't forget, he is one of the world puzzle-solving medalists. I'm sure he won maybe as a puzzle creation contest. And with 4 seconds left here, he conjured a puzzle-like way of getting out of this. Weirdly, the f1 mate was really important. But that's the thing about the g2 mate. We talked about it for the entirety of this game. It's like the sword of Damocles, always holding itself over White's head, and it became very important.
Yeah, and it's something that obviously both players were aware of, but it's kind of that nagging thing that the second that you forget about it, for a split second, it's like that's when it comes to bite you. And Pranav is probably feeling that exact emotion right now. It's like, man, can't believe I forgot about that one trick, because it's true that Black only had that one trick the entire time.
Yeah, it's the draw that feels like a win. And somebody in the chat says, why not take the f3 pawn? But don't forget, there's an f1 mate. That was the problem with this rook trade. White was making sure Black didn't get any counterplay on the e file, but weirdly, the first rank was needed. So it's the secondary checkmate that makes this position much different than the earlier positions that Aman was analyzing. So 1.5 to 1/2. Pranav keeps his 1 point lead, although he's probably wishing it could have gone to 2. And Aman, Christopher keeps swinging his chair. I think he's a genius at product placement. So he's wearing 2 hats today. He's a grandmaster and he's winning the capitalist wars or something. I actually can't even read who his sponsor of that chair is, but
well, he also is, just like a defensive master. I am looking at the moves of sort of how we got here, and I'm almost looking at rook takes b7 by white. I mean, how could it possibly be a mistake? And it kind of felt like, maybe was that a little too greedy? Because after rook e8, of course, you don't want to cede the e file, and move your rook somewhere else. So naturally, you want to go back. But then necessary was queen takes, queen h3, and rook g1. And that's, just a little unorthodox. It's not really the defense that he was planning the entire time. So that was really clever by Chris. And to spot that with 5 seconds, Mike, what the heck?
Yeah, in some ways you could say it's easier because you've only been looking at this same queen h3 move the entire game. But also, I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I think he realized when the rook on e1 left its post that queen h3 comes with a lot more oomph. In a way, it's almost unlucky he doesn't win. I mean, imagine if his pawn on h7 is on h6, then he wins the game. There is no perpetual. Yeah,
that's right. And we do have the games back. I think we were just fixing a camera there. Players are back on the screen, and we already see a switch up. I mean, look, most players watching this stream right now, Mike, maybe myself included, I got one move that I can play on move 1. These guys have 3 or 4.
Yeah, exactly. Switches to d4 already, and Pranav so far is not playing differently than his classical repertoire. He does play the Nimzo as Black. Sometimes we see in these events players go totally astray, either to surprise their opponent or because they don't want to reveal their real openings or whatever. But and there we go. There's another buddy. Can you enlighten me, Aman? How did Pranav become buddy?
Yeah, he's buddy Pranav, and Pranav is buddy. We have that command in our channel. We've had it for a long time. I think when we first started playing him, we were like, who is this guy, right? Like he's given us tough games. This was back when Pranav had ratings like he was an FM. He wasn't even titled on chess.com. Now, of course, he's got the GM title, but we're like, who is this guy? Buddy, you can't do that. Buddy, you're not that good. And he sort of got that nickname. Now he's just permanently buddy. But I tell you, he's a pretty scary buddy now that he's got that GM title. So he's earned the respect, I think. That's for sure.
Okay, now I'm going to drop some old man knowledge. The seminal De La Soul album from 1989, 3 Feet High and Rising. In the song Buddy, which I think you're going to be required to sing this song now. Now just wait, we're going to talk about Buddy on this plate. So I don't rap, that's not in my contract, but I just want to let you know that somehow, if we can get De La Soul into this show, then I will get paid double or something.
And that's not a Chess Kid reference, just to be clear.
No, that was an embarrassing old man reference.
Okay, good.
So we have another...
You're on both ends of the spectrum. You got the references for the kids, and then you're keeping everyone involved here. Very inclusive.
I'm the king of randomness, and in this game, it's our first game where we don't have the doubled pawn structure, although a slight asymmetry happened when the c pawn took on d5, and we might be close to our first endgame, and everything's hanging for Black. So what do you see here?
I think bishop takes on f3, queen takes e7, knight takes, bishop takes on f3. Knight takes, d5, bishop takes, rook c7. Is everyone following? I mean, that could just be a mass liquidation that we see in front of us. Other than that, I mean, queen takes on g5, knight takes, knight d4 could be the more aggressive way to try to play the position. But I think, honestly, the way the match has been going, you don't really need to take a risk if you're Pranav here.
Yeah, I wonder. I don't think that 16-year-olds play this way. By the way, both players are 16. They're separated by exactly 2 FIDE rating points in classical. But I don't think they're of the opinion that, oh, I should stop the bleeding. I mean, Christopher's been worse in 2 games, but I don't.
Right.
I don't think in game 3 you're like, I need to liquidate and do a James Canty GG, set him up, play again. After all, you're also wasting a turn as white. So in fact, we did get a little bit more exciting chess where Christopher gets his rook on the 7th rank and tries to prove that his rooks are more important than the bishop versus knight.
And after bishop takes d5, if that's the move we do indeed see, I mean, knight takes d5, rook takes b7. We're kind of in very, very similar territory.
Right.
And if bishop takes d5, rook e5, I think black slides the bishop back to c6 and or up to f3 even. I'm not that sure that white wants to play that position. It feels very uncomfortable to me with the bishop controlling that diagonal, Mike. So that's why he snapped that bishop off on d5. And I truly think we are going to finally get a peaceful, very peaceful result.
Right. You don't have to look back until like 3 minutes ago to see that a bishop hanging out when all the pawns are on dark squares or any piece on f3, it will never feel comfortable for white. Even sometimes it's worth a pawn, and black would not have had to have even been down a pawn for that. So you're right. And this looks equal, but let's see what the player's medal is here. Will they play this out or will they just agree to a draw?
I can already see, I'll pull up the analysis board because I want to show at least the line here, like f6, right? So natural to guard the pawn, and then rook c1. And then you might get scared about rook c7, so you play rook f7, and then white kind of sticks this rook c8 check in your face, and then sneaks back to c7, and already you've lost the endgame from making kind of normal moves, it would seem. So there's always more poison in these positions than meets the eye. As we get back to the position on the board, Pranav understands that, hang on a sec, f6 is not playable. This pawn is hanging. If you play rook b8 here, white's going to take here, and guess what? a5 will also be hanging. So, Mike, equal, but you really have to earn everything here.
Yeah. So is there a defense at all after f6, or is f6 essentially a losing mistake?
No, I think you can play f6 to guard the pawn, but the work you have to do afterwards just has to be so precise. You can't go rook f7. Here you'll see Pranav defending with rook to g8. Meanwhile, this rook is watching the a5 pawn. I think he has done enough here, but white is the one that seems to be pressuring the position, right?
Yeah, I guess this was the lesser of 2 evils, because if you don't play f6 and you go for a counterplay, you're going to lose essentially your e and your a pawn for the b pawn, and you'll have to defend a pawn down position with both rooks on the board, which I think is a little tougher. So not fun, but the alternative was less fun.
That's right. And I think, I'm trying to think back to his options earlier, but I feel like he somehow chose the more complicated rook endgame. Like there might have been a simpler one, but that's just the ambition in these young players. Is that, they see the prospect of a draw and they're like, yeah, no thanks.
And Christopher's going to try to do here in game 3 what happened to him in game 1, which is to take a slightly better position and a big time advantage and see if he can force that to victory. Now, unlike game 1, Pranav doesn't have to worry about getting mated like Christopher did, but somewhat of a similar situation, except it's actually almost a 2-minute time advantage. So I'm going to predict that Christopher's going to find a way to cause enough problems on the board and on the clock to get back to equal in the match.
That's a bold prediction because, boy, you would be happy if that was the case. This is a big moment, especially because when you have a position like this, both players are of the understanding that it is a draw. So it's such a momentum swing if the player with the white pieces here can somehow squeak out that win, because it's not the result that's supposed to happen, and it would really, really help the the mini mental battle that's also going on here.
Yeah, I used to understand rook and pawn endgames well, in as much as one can understand them. And then Magnus came along and showed me that, rook and 4 against rook and 4, there's still winning chances. And so I look at a position like this where there's imbalances and a weak a pawn, and I'm not convinced that that's that easy to hold. And I know you aren't either, but I do think that Christopher's going to find a way to pull this out. There's even some ideas where you checkmate the black king over on h6. I can find the worst move on the board for black. I'm sure our viewers can too.
That's a talent as well, Mike. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise.
I think somebody wrote a book on that, Find the Worst Move. Was it John Nunn? Anyway, it was G6 and there was mate on H7, and our viewers probably figured that out. So the king is getting himself to a little bit more active and a little bit safer square.
Yeah, so I think there, I have to pull up an analysis board because it's kind of a big moment. Black actually did something really impressive here, which was he actually created an opportunity, I think, to maybe play a move like Rook C8. Yes, giving up the G7 pawn, but there's no moves that can be played now in terms of, dangerous checks. Black's pieces are going Rook C3, Rook C2, and it totally flips on its head. Now it's Black who's actually playing for the win. So maybe a little bit of a miss there, but I think this is getting closer and closer to an equality result, and maybe Pranav can even have some, aspirations to win this position, as surprising as that is to say.
I like what you said, and I think for the majority of our viewers out there, when you have this big decision in chess, active versus passive defense, Black is switching completely, go for active, because good things happen when your pieces are active, whereas if you just crawl up in a ball and defend, you're kind of just waiting for your opponent to find any sort of productive plan. Also, being lower on time, you don't have to play as long of a game. If it works, it works. If it doesn't, you're not going to get ground down. So if you can switch, obviously every position must be treated individually, but active is easier to play at most levels of chess.
Yeah, that's a great point. And King F5, by the way, if you go and take on G7, it has a very similar idea. It's like he just wants to trade, take this pawn, go Rook B4. He's going to pick up that pawn. It's actually going to be Pranav who has the extra pawn, which you probably couldn't believe a couple moves ago. So don't get it twisted. King F5 is still an active move. Maybe just not as accurate as the engines might have wanted, but Pranav sees the exact same ideas, and King F5 has the same intention, Rook C8.
Well, Christopher is bleeding time on his clock trying to figure out how to win this. And in fact, now the engine said Black even has the advantage. It must be because of your move. There's no other move that would make sense to give Black any sort of advantage. And White can't prevent the counterplay because if either Rook travels to C7, then B3 hangs with check.
Yeah, and guess what? Rook C8, Rook takes G7. Hello, checkmate, Rook C3. Surprisingly, that can actually happen.
Absolutely. It definitely can happen. But only 10 seconds left, and we've lost the camera feed.
Yeah, that's a bad sign. Yeah. I'm seeing time ticking down for Pranav, and I'm seeing no camera connection. It's most likely going to be him flagging here, and it is.
Talk about your all-time backfires. Yeah, right when he got a stable position, and in fact, a likely better / winning position, he's lost connection, and we'll wait for a ruling on this, but generally there's not a lot we can do. You are reliable. You are responsible for your own connection. So it looks like Christopher might get back to equal, although not with the method that we thought.
Yeah, that's right. It goes back to the old saying, Mike, rather have a stable connection than a stable position.
Absolutely true. So we're going to work.
Is really unfortunate timing for Pranav. Like, he'll be kicking himself. I'm not sure if he's ended up seeing the move, right? Or if he was sitting in this position before King E3 and thinking to himself, why isn't my opponent moving? Sometimes you have those moments where you're not actually sure who's disconnected. But with Pranav's cam kind of flickering in and out, I feel like his connection has been more unstable the entire match. So hopefully that doesn't write the whole story of this match. Hopefully it's just a chapter, this game. But we'll wait and see what the ruling is and whether we get Pranav back in here. So I think he is back, but we're just waiting for him to be fully connected.
Yeah, we can see off camera that he has a lime green room. So that's kind of cool. That might add a little bit of vibrancy, but that's probably one of the worst disconnections I've seen as far as timing. One actually hopes that he didn't see Rook C8 or, the freneticism of trying to figure out his connection, because then you feel like instead of throwing away half point, you might have thrown away a full point. So we hope for ignorance almost for the player's part.
Exactly. Yeah, no, this is really unfortunate because he took a position that honestly was just worse, slightly worse, probably equal, but he had to find some very precise ways to maintain equality. And then he actually earned himself the potential for more than a half a point, which I mean, I'm just gonna say it, like to outplay someone at this level of chess in an endgame like that is seriously impressive, and he was doing it. So really heartbreaking, and hopefully, no matter what happens here, whether he gets back immediately, et cetera, I just hope that it doesn't affect his mental for the rest of this match, because that would be unfortunate.
Well, it sounds like you know Buddy better than I do. Your history with him goes back a lot longer. So what do you know about his mental equanimity? Do you think that he's a reasonably strong player and won't let this affect himself too much?
Well, I can actually say, I've never thought about that, honestly, but now that I'm reflecting on some of our matches, and we've played some long matches, like him and I, it's not like, oh, we've played 200 games, in our lifetime. We've played 200 games sometimes in one session. So we've really played some long matches, and because of that, one thing I can actually say is, you'll always see some players. We actually noticed it in the first JSCC match. A little A5 opening, right? Just some tilt that's clearly noticeable. I don't think I've ever seen that from Pranav, which is kind of crazy to say because I'm guilty of that myself from time to time.
Okay. Well, we're going to figure out the situation in Tamil Nadu. We're going to go on a quick break, and when we come back, we will get all the players sorted back, and Game 4 will begin. It is 1.5 to 1.5 in the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this break.
I understand. Ooh, 18 seconds for black, so not too much time there either. Rook c7. A7's falling.
It is. E4. He pushes the pawn. This is getting a little messy.
Mm-hmm.
Takes a knight f1.
Knight f3.
Like knight f3.
King e4. Knight e1.
Move.
Oh my gosh, 0.9 seconds when that move was
Check
played.
on b1. Move the rook.
I was going to say king c2 and run the king.
King
Knight
e2,
g3.
knight d4. Takes it.
Was it?
Takes an a7. White's winning.
Oh my gosh.
Takes it right. Knight c2 was winning.
But there was checkmate in 1 for black after knight takes g3.
Oh my god, that was me. And instead he played here, and you're now losing on time when knight c2 and a7 wins for white.
Oh my gosh.
I really love watching games by top female players and studying their games from the past. And I think that's like one really cool thing that the chess community could do more of. I know my friend Luciana is publishing a chessable course on some of the great games by the early world champions, Vera Benchik, Rudenko. And you can learn just as much from these games as you can learn from any game. And yet it does provide inspiration and like adds like depth to our chess culture. So about 10 years ago, I published a book called Play Like a Girl with like tactics by female chess players, and I'm actually redoing that book. And it's so much fun to just like kind of like dig in and see some of the most important tactical themes in chess: decoy, in between move, pins, double attacks, and to look for like some of the best examples by top female players. So when you hear all these discussions about women in chess, it's great. But sometimes I'm just like, wow, you should just like go study some Musuchuk games.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Chess.com 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship opening day of the knockout. And in our second match, we have a tied score, 1.5 to 1.5. The players' internet connection, we hope, have stabilized, and we will break through into game 4 very soon. I've got Grandmaster Aman Hamilton here to carry the action. It will be the second time that Pranav the Fifth, I'm going to start calling him, gets the white pieces. But Aman, take us through this opening trio. Who's been faster? Who's been better in these first 3 games?
Well, I think who's been faster has been really dependent on who's had the better position. I mean, it sounds obvious to say, but when these young players get a position they like, they feel so confident, they're cruising through the moves, and obviously tough positions are harder to play, take more time, more energy out of you. So it's been a little back and forth there, but what I can say about what we found on the board, Mike, is that I think Pranav has found a way to put himself in a winning position in every game so far, it feels like. You know, even that draw, such a remarkable save by Christopher Yu, but you know, that was Pranav's game to win. And then in this final game with the disconnect, once again, maybe a draw to be expected, but still, only Pranav, I think, in that final position was with winning chances. So the fact that it's not 3-0 and it's 1.5, Mike, I think Christopher Yu is very, very happy about that.
Yeah, he could be down 0-3. And as you said, Pranav found a Matanovich-like checkmate. But like Matanovich, who's about 90 years old, could not get it off in time before his clock ran out. That was actually due to internet problems. But here we go with our first open Sicilian. And that is something that Christopher plays. Sicilian is definitely in his repertoire. And take us through the action as I adjust my camera here a little bit.
Yeah, the Sicilian here that we see is sort of like Taimanov-esque. We actually saw this opening also in the previous JSCC match, but a different approach here. As you know, we've kind of transposed now into a very, very standard classical Sicilian, but it did start as the Taimanov. One move that I was going to say was notably absent, Mike, was that A6 move, but we finally see it taking control of the all-important B5 square. It's like, how many things want to show up on that square that are currently being denied?
Yeah, a lot of prophylaxis here. You know, white is stopping b5 and e5 and d5, and white just has this space advantage that he's going to sit on. I believe white's bishop often comes to f3 to help impede d5 even more. Of course, the standard rule in the Sicilian is if black can get d5 in safely, then black almost always equalizes. But now white's got this problem where if he plays bishop f3, then the c4 square is not covered anymore.
Yeah, that's right. And, you know, kind of an important move optically by black there, because knight a5, if it wasn't played, I think white would have thrust the pawn forward to a5 himself with bishop b6 to follow. So kind of important there to play that move by black. And it's an interesting position. I think queen e1, clearly some intentions over here. Whose position do I like? I actually think that Christopher Yu has done very well here to get a trade in. You know, you just look at the space, obviously white, a little bit more space, and that usually means that a trade will benefit the other side. So I think Chris Yu is happy to have traded a pair of knights, and I love the placement of the bishop on c6.
Probably the first game we've seen so far where neither player has opened up any sort of opening time advantage. But the time advantage combined with better position has really been quite important in those first 3 matches. So there was kind of an extended break there, Aman. I wonder if both players had a moment to reflect on time management, not just openings during that little break.
Yep, that's a good point. I mean, I think Pranav was probably most focused on getting reconnected. But a clever trap here that, you know, somewhat of a trap that he's set, which is the idea of knight to d5. And you really always have to be on the lookout for moves like this when the queen is loose on a5. That's so key. So knight d5 in the current position, if the queen captured on e1, knight takes e7 would be a check, and then you could recapture the queen. So I wonder if he'll do it anyway, because although it's not winning here, Mike, it is possible.
Yeah, it's funny because I usually see this trap in the Sicilian dragon, and by moving the f rook, although black doesn't lose material, black might still have his bishop pair taken away. But now the point is, after knight takes bishop on e7 check, the king can go to f8, and white has to take the queen back. Can't forget to do that. And then the knight gets captured. So black did prevent the loss of material, but not the loss of the bishop pair.
That's right. So I think this is kind of a clever move here, rook f to c8. But I mean, I don't think g4 is clever or anything, but it's certainly direct. A very forward move. He's saying, look, clearly g5 is in the future, but now seems like a very important moment. You start to look at moves like pawn to d5 just a little bit more when you see the king opened up. But, you know, careful, pawn to d5, you're walking right into the exact tactic that we just talked about.
Yeah, G4 I'm familiar with in these types of positions, although, and I hate to keep Chess Kid dropping, but I'm about to release a video on Chess Kid where white plays G4 unexpectedly in certain positions, and I renamed it the Spike because kids love funny names. So you get this, the worldwide premiere of the term Spike. But anyway, we have action happening on D5. It looks like we've been talking about knight d5 without it being a capture, but Aman, Black just said, here, now I really want you to play knight d5 for some reason.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what I just said, pretty much, that, you know, when g4 happens, it's normal to think about the move d5 because you want to open up that diagonal to the king and you want to expand in the center. And most importantly, you want to strike before white plays g5. But he completely overlooked what I was kind of expecting was like maybe a routine type of blunder that, hey, knight takes d5. Nothing changed, right? We just calculated that. That's why he played rook to c8, but he probably forgot that, well, if you pick up a pawn in the process, it's definitely worth it.
Yeah, you definitely called it. And the funny thing is, Aman, knight takes d5, I think is an easier tactic to see as Black because we're trained to look at captures rather than knight to d5. But anyway, now I'm talking about some psychobabble, not real chess. But yeah, very strange. And you definitely saw it happen before it happened on the board.
And queen d8. So the thing with this move is Chris says, you know, okay, I lost the pawn. It was clearly a blunder. I admit that. But he wants to keep the queens on the board. And I understand this decision. With an open and exposed king, your only source of counterplay is going to be from that bishop, going to be targeting the e-pawn. White has a difficult decision. Knight takes knight and bishop takes. You know, maybe there's a nice secure position to play c3. You do have that extra pawn. But knight takes bishop is kind of, I mean, that's always the good move.
I haven't seen Christopher really show a lot of emotion here. Did you notice anything after d5? Did he show any kind of regret or remorse?
No. I was actually watching the cams, and the other thing is I think the players also have access to those cams if they want to look. So, you know, you will see these players being a little more poker style, a little more cagey with their emotions, I think.
Christopher's got the gamer's chair. How many points does that add to your rating, would you say, Aman? The gamer's chair give you like 10 extra points or anything?
Has to be. I mean, it's because of the lack of a gamer chair that I'm not at these guys' level. It must be 10 points difference. Of course, makes sense.
Okay. Well, he's doing a very good job of keeping things close to the vest, and now he's got to defend a pawn down position. Really, this is, I'm trying to think here, Aman, the first material and balance, slight as it might be in this match.
Yeah, seriously. That's how close it's been. Most of the advantages that these guys have found in positions has actually been with even material, which is remarkable to think about. And knight d7, talk about potentially finding an advantage down a material here. I see e5, which looks like a tremendous move now after bishop d4. Takes, knight takes, even down a pawn. I'm almost at the point, Mike, where I might say, I can't believe it, but I almost prefer Black's position.
Yeah, e5 was a great positional move. Even if you were down 2 e-pawns, of course, Black got one back right away, but the bishop on g2 is just going to be stuck forever, and Black can win the e4 pawn back at his leisure.
That's right, and be careful about a move like knight takes g4. On the previous turn, queen g3 would have been such a strong reply because you couldn't return to the e5 square. Now, I think you are maybe intending knight takes g4 and quickly going back to e5.
Yeah, computer says equal, but okay, now the computer is switching his mind a little bit, but an easier position for Black to play. And even though Christopher at one point had the better rook and pawn in game 3, this might actually be the most pleasant position for him to play just because that knight can go to any dark square. And if it ever gets captured, then it's a good bishop versus bad bishop endgame. So easier practically for Black to play.
You might have to start bailing out. I don't know, like a move like e5. It's just if you bring this rook over, the a4 pawn just falls, material evens up, and Black's bishop just returns next turn, and there's weaknesses everywhere. If you bring the other rook to e1, knight f4 looks awful. So I'm actually thinking e5 is the best move for White. He does play it, although this, you know, drops a pawn in the most blatant way possible. Mike, I think he almost had to do it.
Yeah, yeah, and it's good recognition because you were up a pawn with the bishop pair, and now you have to do that mental adjustment that, hey, I'm not better. That's a very hard thing for chess players to
Yep.
do. We've got somebody in the Twitch chat, Fatigue says, wow, my man popped a brilliant move and is still barely losing. Yeah, welcome to chess. It's kind of annoying. You played this brilliant knight takes d5, and now you're back on your heels, but it was found, and this is a good practical idea, as you mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight back to g6, so we will see a trade here. Everything is going to disappear. It looks like this knight wants to reroute to the potentially the c6 square, but the one thing about this position is white is one move ahead, so he's the one getting that rook in, and careful, bishop, pawns on both sides. Fun Master Mike. I mean, this could be explained in a chess kid format, and I think you'd agree white stands a little bit better with the bishop.
Yeah, I see positions like this, and I think, hey, I want to screenshot it. I want to go back and redo my video on bishop versus knight endgames. But you've already highlighted all the salient features. When pawns are on both sides, we usually prefer the bishop. White's going to have the more active king. The one thing that black has going for him is that the white king can't get in super quickly. If black's pawns on the queen side were on dark squares, and they'd be vulnerable to attack. So black is much worse, but at least not losing the queen side pawns right away.
And bishop d6, so important to keep that king caged in. That's going to help white really get there quicker. And the most important feature is that if white gets into position somehow and takes all these pawns, and black jumps around and somehow takes all of white's pawns, that really benefits white. Like, the game would just end because black can send a pawn up the board, but this bishop can cover it from long range, long distance. Whereas, how the heck are you stopping this a pawn? This knight can barely even get in there.
Yeah, I'm not sure. But if you're black, you want to think about, you want to work backward from any hope. One idea for black is you should be able to get rid of your 3 king side for white's 2. And then over on the queen side, notice that white's bishop is on the wrong color of the promotion square. If you could somehow maybe sacrifice your knight for the extra pawn, I'm thinking really, really desperate here, but white's queen side advantage is on the wrong color of the rook pawn's promotion square. That was quite a run-on sentence.
No, it's really important to notice these features, though. And what you're saying right now is not something that these players are taking for granted. So whether or not they're thinking about it actively, it's definitely registering that, oh, hang on, we gotta watch out.
Yeah. And another possibility, and I'm thinking a little bit strangely here, but if black plays b5, even as a pawn sack, and gives white 2 b pawns, but manages to get his king to like b7, where it can never be checked away. The problem is you've not liquidated the king side yet.
Yeah, that's right.
We've got this thing in chess called the theory of 2 weaknesses, and white wants to keep open the possibility of breaking through on the queen side or invading on the king side. That's why white's keeping pawns on the board. And now we have the fixed pawn on the dark square, and that's probably going to spell doom.
Yeah, this has to be, I was going to say it has to be a big mistake for black, but he found this insane way with the knight, so tricky, and now he's covered b7. So truly, I think he's done enough for a draw here. But wow, that should have been winning for white.
Yeah, that was so weird. I saw the fixed pawn on g7, and everything in my spidey senses said that's not what to do. But it also fixed some pawns for white.
c6, b6.
Oh, yep. And only one more.
c6, b6. What a trick.
Very nice. Nice breakthrough. And I want to go back and re-record my chess kid video on breakthrough, but we'll just let Pranav teach the lesson here. A very nice final breakthrough. He had one last idea, and that one last idea worked.
That was amazing. So much happened there so quickly. It's impossible to mention all the moments where the swings happened in the evaluation. But what's for sure is that at the start of that endgame, white was better. And at the end of that endgame, white was winning. So it was not the journey we expected, Mike, but actually the bishop did prevail over the knight.
Absolutely. Chance of Buddy are happening in Twitch, and a 1-point lead is restored for Pranav. The last second trick, reminiscent of Christopher Yu's last second trick to bail out a loss into a draw from earlier in the match. And now we have Christopher's third different opening move. Was it c4 or g3? I assume it was c4.
Yeah, I think in this particular moment, it was like the move g3. Like, obviously, he started knight f3 and c4, so that was already different. But as soon as white played g3, we saw a6. So it's a remarkable kind of move. And b5. This is not what you guys are teaching over at Chess Kid, Mike, if I'm not mistaken.
No, we don't teach this. In fact, I need you to teach me b5 is hanging, not hanging because what?
Takes, and bishop takes looks like the most basic tactic ever. So they're not teaching me this one either. This looks completely fine for white. It's almost giving me like Benko vibes here, how black has, the bishop here. But I don't know, white plays d3, b3, and I just can't see it being a big problem.
Yeah, my coach gave me the rough approximation growing up that one pawn is worth 3 tempos. I think every grandmaster I've told that to has looked at me and said, what? Because I think they're so situationally specific, but it was not 3 tempos here, but you're right. Black is hoping for some long-term queenside pawn pressure, a la the Benko. Black does have the bishops, and Pranav played it pretty quickly, so Buddy must know how to do this more than I do.
Exactly. That's the bottom line, is that when a player as strong as him is playing it that quickly, it's not just, oh, this looks like compensation. It's like, no, I've been told this is compensation. There's higher powers out there that know a thing or two about this position. And whatever happened here, bishop to g5 takes f6. That's something that I usually don't recommend. Just basically taking a knight for no reason. I don't like this bishop, and I do not like what's happening to this position for white.
Yeah, it's very strange to just give the bishop pair for no real reason. The knight on f6 wasn't a huge concern. And it's not like you don't have dark square problems. Your b2 pawn is fixed in a very bad spot. So I'm with you. A little bit some strangeness here. But going back to Pranav's decision to sacrifice the pawn, I doubt he's ever had that exact position, because as you mentioned, this is like a ready with a6. Although, I don't know, if you and him are playing 200 game matches, it is reasonable that he's gotten into every position possible.
Yeah, exactly. I tell you, he's been saving this one because he never used it against me. That's for sure. C4, it also looks like takes, b3, amazing move for white. Hits the bishop, guards the knight. Rook is hitting the knight on c6, but that bishop, I think, just drops back to b5 and fulfills all the, criteria. It hits the knight, guards the c6 knight, and gets out of the way. So, man, this position just looks like it's getting better and better for Pranav here.
Yeah, almost better than a Benko. In a Benko, white's got a little space in the center, and black has a tender d6 pawn. But here, none of those factors exist. And you're right, even if you save the b pawn, the a pawn's weak. Black can put both rooks on the half-open files, although he chooses this rook instead. So black is not necessarily thinking he has to win back one of those pawns in the next 3 or 4 moves. It's just going to be a nightmare for white to deal with for a long time.
That's right. And the other thing about this position is, I think white has this dream of playing b3, knight c5. Maybe I lose my a pawn, and at some point I'd love to trade the bishop and play pawn takes c4. So I can actually still see, despite the engine really, really liking black's position, I can see how this turns on its head, and it could be black that actually ends up not calculated properly on the wrong side of things here.
Well, Christopher was thrown a little bit through a loop here because he's down almost 2 minutes on the clock, and that can happen when you're the one trying to defend. It's easy for black. Black puts the rooks on good squares, puts his bishops on good diagonals. But if you're white, it's like, if I make this little itty bitty pawn move, I weaken that square. Is the cost benefit analysis worth it? It's those minute decisions can take more time than the big ones.
Yeah, I was looking at bishop e7. I don't know how good it was, but there's nothing more annoying than that bishop showing up on a3, b4. It bothers all of white's pieces, and it stops knight c5. So I was looking at bishop e7 as a move, because if I'm looking at black's pieces, to be honest with you, the bishop on f6 is the only one I really don't like.
Yeah, that makes sense. And it's a good advice from Aman. When you can't figure out what to do, find your worst piece and make it better. That's always a plan. And that's something that a lot of beginners struggle with. They get all their dudes out and they're like, I don't know what to do next. But there's always one piece that could maximize itself more than it usually is.
And if you can't maximize something, then there's probably a tactic. That's another truth out there. Knight back to c3, looking to trade anything, something. And also, don't forget, white is about to launch some potential counterplay with e4.
Yep, switching from passive to active defense as Pranav did a couple of games ago. Christopher's looking to do the same in this one and looking to get back to an equal score. His only win, remember, came with a great assistance of whatever the Tamil Nadu telecom provider is. We will not ruin our possibility of corporate sponsorship by naming any companies, but you know who you are.
And knight back to a4. This could be a weird time for a draw. Pranav, I think, senses that he's been better most of the game. He also knows that he's got those two bishops. He's got the time advantage. Everything points in his favor. But this is exactly that moment when I think you can just try a little bit too hard, right? You can almost force the result because you want to play for something more than a draw. And if he does that, things could start to flip. So we'll see what happens here. But this is why I was a little nervous about Black's position.
Not related to the game, but I've been looking at the camera for Pranav, and he's looking all around the place. And I'm wondering if there's still some kind of technical issue or something. I hope not. I mean, it doesn't look like it on the board, but it almost looks like something is distracting him. But anyway, back to the game. Black is not winning the pawn back yet. Now, almost a win for White. Only has to worry about one pawn now, although still quite a weak pawn.
Yeah, but I think this is what I was mentioning earlier. I think this is a win for White in the sense that even if he loses the A pawn, it's probably equal. So you have that nice feeling where it's like, oh, okay, the worst I can do is some sort of equality.
That's true, because, yeah, you're right. He could have lost both pawns, and the
Right.
C4 pawn could have been a protected pass pawn, and that's just, of course, the nightmare scenario.
So I think the worst might be behind him here. He did strike with E4, though, so he's not going for some timid E3 position. No, he's looking to open the position right back up again for more tactics.
I wanted to find a way for Black to play rook takes c3, rook takes c3, knight takes a2, but because the queen on d2 is always defended,
That's
then
right.
the rook on c3 can just move or take a rook on c8, so it doesn't quite work.
Yeah, knight takes d5. There was a lot to look at there with queen takes d2 as well, but of course, knight takes f6 would be a check, so a little bit tricky there. There were some very tricky lines that honestly Pranav played queen takes d5, and so it just kind of washed over them. We don't even get to know they existed, but trust me, these guys were calculating them.
But it's the second straight game where that same exact tactic occurs, where the queen is on the dark square diagonal. So we're going to call that the Aman. I'm going to make a little note. Next Chess Kid lesson is called the Aman, which is where
I've got one named after me. We made it, Mom.
Oh, your mom watches your shows. My mom doesn't watch. Oh, she can't play chess. Okay, back to the game. Rook takes, not queen takes. Answering an attack with an attack. That's a Chess Kid no-no. But when you become a grandmaster, you get to ignore all my advice. So looks reasonable here. I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, this bishop on e8 is a strange piece. It's going to be great maybe one day. It's not quite there yet. Knight on e5 rules the board. If Black ever takes on e5, you have to be a little worried about some endgames, I think. White has a nice rook c8, bishop c6 kind of idea. So maybe some things to look forward to, but very equal here. And normally I would expect Black's position to get better and better because there's that weak pawn and Black has the two bishops.
Yeah, you're right. The funny thing is, though, Black's rook, once it took on a2, it couldn't get back to a8. And
That's
now
right.
Black is basically pinning his hopes, if he's trying to win the d pawn. But White has this annoying issue with the eighth rank. His first rank would be a little bit weakened in the process. But Black's rook just can't get back to a defensive spot.
Yeah, that's a good point. Queen takes d4, rook to e8, and it's actually the f7 pawn that falls as well. So if you take on e5, take on e8, queen f7 at the end, what the heck is happening there?
Yeah, I don't know. Is Black's only hope to counterattack and maybe do everything with check? Okay, but bishop d8, that just looks weird. Bishops are famous for not being able to guard each other, but somehow White is losing. What was the idea? The first rank check and now simple chess, queen d3?
Well, no, the main idea of bishop d8, like, it might have been a great move, might have been the best move, but the point is that White had 1 second on the clock, and you simply can't process these strange moves. He's probably calculating, oh, the basic, the rook check, the queen takes knight. But bishop d8 is just such a weird move, and I think Pranav is truly a master of those moments where you feel like you're just about to equalize, but you're lower on time, and he uses it against you so well.
Well, this is maybe a more just score, depending on how you perceive the players playing. But Pranav, I believe, has been the better player, but only now has the score actually reflected it. He has 2 wins in a row, and he's opened up a 2-game lead as we are about 2/3 of the way through our 5+1 segment. A reminder that after this, we'll play an hour of 3+1. And then Smarter Chess says Christopher might have a very tiny edge in the 1+1. We'll play 30 minutes of that.
Mm-hmm. And, it's definitely not going to be decided just in one portion here. That's not how these matches work. So momentum based, but I have to state it again. Both players have been playing well, but I think that right now Pranav is on a different level because he just seems to eke it out in those time scrambles. He's getting it done, and he could have won every single game thus far.
And now I didn't see the opening too terribly well, but this was a French, Amon, is that right?
That's right, yeah. French win hour, so bishop b4. And after a3, instead of the main line, bishop takes knight, black decided to play a sideline, bishop a5, bishop back to c7. And that's why we've got this strange-looking position that you see on the board here. But bishop d3 sets up some of our very, very enjoyable tactics in bishop takes h7.
Yeah, I believe the Greek gift is probably the most common in the French because there's often not a knight on f6. But
right.
One thing I want to bring up is I don't see the French as part of Christopher Yu's classical repertoire very much. So he's experimenting, and he seems to be the one that's willing to try new openings. Recall as white, he's played e4 and d4, and then already with c4, now he's playing the French. So I don't know if he prepped this a lot or if it's his online repertoire, but we are seeing something a little different from him than we're used to.
Right, and we're also seeing what I think is maybe the best quality you can have in a match, which is the ability to adjust and call an audible on the fly. He's not just playing the same opening that he's gotten a bad position in multiple times. No, he's willing to switch it up. And maybe what we might see is him treating the 5-minute portion more like an experimentation phase. But when he gets to 3-minute, and especially 1 minute, he will have decided what openings have been yielding good positions and which ones he likes in this match and just stick with them.
That's a fascinating idea. And I've been covering these matches since they were death matches back in 2013. And I've never heard of probing the 5+1 to acquire a repertoire for the 3 and the 1. But that's a fascinating idea.
There you go. It came up with some groundbreaking JSCC meta theory.
But the problem is you're burning another 2 minutes. I mean, if you're the one surprising your opponent, you wouldn't feel like you should be the one that down on the clock. But I wouldn't be surprised if Pranav, I'm not going to say he didn't prep, but he might just be rolling with everything. Oh, there's the French. Okay, this is what I'm playing against the French.
Yeah, he's not going to overthink it. He sees a new opening. He's like, okay, well, I'll just play my stuff. We'll see if it works. His position is becoming overwhelming here. G4 could be an idea. This pawn is covering the main squares the knight would want to develop to. Knight d7 and knight c5 wants to happen, but I mean, this position is very, very good for Pranav. And I mean, as you saw, bishop c8 is just a sign that things are just going astray.
Yeah, better on both sides of the board. And the eval bar does not even take into account the time. That'd be pretty fascinating if we found a way to do that. Somehow equate how much a minute of clock is worth. But okay, that's too meta. It's also 2 mentions of the word meta in one game, which is too much for me. But
too much.
Yeah, you can play on both sides of the board here. Very bad for black.
Yeah, and there's also ideas like a4, rook a3, which comes with rook c3 ideas, but also bishop takes h7 and rook h3 ideas. So you may see white even try to stretch the board. Kingside castling is going to be great here. Moving an h-pawn up the board. I'm even looking at ideas like queen h5. Oh, g6 happens, but then queen h6 or even queen literally back to e2 and use that g-pawn as a hook to open the h-file.
Okay, let's try our best for Christopher. I know it's not his move, but f6 is one way that black tries to gain some space back in the French. If it were his move here, should he think about an idea like f6?
I think if it were black's move here, I would be fairly interested in knight c5, but not necessarily to take the bishop, because I don't know about opening up that c file, but maybe to just play knight e4. I would almost be willing to lose a pawn there and then try to get my bishop on a great diagonal. And it would be similar type of game to the one that we saw a couple games ago, where you're down a pawn, but you just have so much pressure in such a strong piece.
Well, again, it seems like prophylaxis is happening, and I'm pretty sure that's why White played Queen E3 was to stop Knight C5, and now B6 reintroduces the idea of Knight C5. It doesn't look like White can stop anymore.
That's right. Yeah, I think at some point White's just going to have to say, okay, like I'm going to castle. Black's going to get these moves. He's going to get Knight E4 at some point, but White's going to play the move F5 and totally ignore the knight in the middle. I think that's how he wants to play.
Got it. Yeah, just it's amazing that this long-term space advantage and possible pawn expansion in the computer's eyes is worth almost a minor piece.
Mm-hmm.
That is a huge reckoning that Black is going to have to deal with. So he starts out with the H pawn.
I definitely don't dislike it as much as the AI overlords here. It seems to make a little bit of sense to me. Knight D3, by the way, I think always gets answered by pawn takes, which, well, by the way, that's kind of why Bishop D7 is relevant here, is knight takes D3 forces queen takes D3, and I don't know, I would have snapped that up. I can't believe he let the pawn get all the way up.
Yeah, I guess his idea, though, is if he plants all of his pawns on light squares, actually, I'm struggling to come up with an idea, but today's theme has been checkmates on G2 and G7, so maybe he's just being thematic.
Mm-hmm. And rook F2 is interesting. I mean, queen H4 certainly comes to mind to maybe take on H6, or at least threaten. I mean, does he want to play G3 and sack the pawn and go rook H2? I think rook F2 was to stop knight takes D3 and rook C2. So I think he's got the whole queen side covered now. And yeah, I think he's switching rook H2, and he's going to say king G2, rook over. It's time to attack.
Yeah, it's almost like a clever fake out where, oops, I hung my pawn, but he wanted the pawn to get captured. I'm not sure.
It's hard to tell.
Yeah,
it's really hard to tell. But the dark squares are absolutely dominated here in Black's position. There's no F6. There's no G5. There's no pawn move that's going to help you. So after rook there and G4, I really do think the H file was in serious trouble, and Black is struggling for a plan.
It's getting exciting here. For those of you just tuning in, this is the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. Now in its 5th year, we are watching the 4-5 matchup. It is day one of the elimination phase. We already saw the top seed Gukesh go through, and now we're seeing the 4 seed struggle. He's down 2 points, and it could have been worse. He could have been down 3 or 4. So we're going to see if Christopher snatching that pawn, if he lives to tell the tale. He doesn't snatch the pawn, actually. And now we have almost a short Timon. The king is going to take a walk somehow to F6, maybe.
Yeah, and he's done things really, really slowly. White has a very, very stable edge here. King G3 just, gets off this diagonal, gets off the H file that might be useful. I feel like that's a normal move. F5 at some point, and especially now, comes into mind because of the move King H8. So I see King H8, and I think F5. That's just, take advantage of that last turn. I don't think F5 would have necessarily been the move if the king wasn't there.
Okay, we're getting to the really important parts of the game. It is important to note that the predictions are always changing, and Smarter Chess now has Pranav weirdly at only 60%. I would have actually maybe gone up a little bit more than that. So it does look like Pranav's chances have increased. No surprise being up 2 pawns, but he's also trying to push his lead to 3. He's got more time, and he's the one pressing here. Although he could actually mate himself if he's not careful. He's got his king trapped against the side of the board.
Yeah, and there's going to have to be a sacrifice of some sort here, I feel like. One thing that comes to mind is if White gets a rook to G7, I think the game just ends. So F6 and like a rook on G7 is game over. So Black will always need to maybe take this or play rook G6 ahead of White playing rook G7. Why did he play rook F3? I think he wants rook to G1 and rook to G3. And the way his rooks were previously, he wasn't able to actually bring either one of them to the G file nicely.
Okay, well, let's see what happens here. We've noticed so far in the match, it's really hard for the player with the worst defensive position to hold with less time. That's no surprise. And Knight E4, an idea you brought up at least 10 moves ago, where it's more important to get rid of the light squared bishop under Black's terms. And in fact,
Truly.
Black basically wants his D pawn to go away because he might reroute the bishop to B7 in some situations.
Yep, Knight G5 is a massive threat, probably a winning idea. So Unfortunately, that needs to be removed. And guess what? Pawn takes always fails to e6.
Okay, so
about queen g5 here, but I don't know. Yeah, f6 maybe is a little silly, but I am thinking about it, as ridiculous as it is.
Yeah, well, I mean, not getting mated is paramount, so it's
yeah. We see f6. It's a strange defensive move, but maybe queen f7 and e5, just plugging that bishop, not letting it get open.
Yeah, queens don't make great blockaders in chess, but if it's all you've got to use it. Now, only 2 seconds left for Christopher as he now sacks another pawn. He's desperate to keep that diagonal closed, and breakthrough f7 takes the point.
Yeah, I mean, there was just no defense there. So as much as we could offer in the way of commentary and ideas, it was all just hope, because Pranav launched an unbelievable attack there, and he finished it off so nicely. I just think that's one area where he's so strong, and we just saw it there.
3 straight wins for Pranav, opening up a 3-point lead. We saw a great example why kings and queens do not make great blockaders in chess. So we are on to our next game. Christopher is back to e4, and we have a 2 knights defense with this bishop to d3 move, which I don't know as well as bishop to e2. I think Fischer might have played this, or did Fischer play the bishop f1 move? I actually forget.
Well, I am getting shades of, the Hikaru Nakamura, very important Norway chess game, the final round, where, he had this position, pawn takes on d3, and that's off the back of a black knight move. I think knight f4, knight takes on d3. So I was thinking a little bit of that, but we may not get that game exactly here. What I have to say about Pranav is that while we can credit Christopher Yu with experimenting, being able to play so many openings, what about Pranav, who's handled every single new opening with whatever he's ready to play, and he's got a great position every single time. It's really impressive, his depth.
Yeah, I agree with you, Aman. And also, Christopher is the one trying new stuff, and he's almost just jettisoning a minute at the beginning of each game. I mean, we're still basically in the theoretical phase. You're the one that's supposed to be showing, the theory, and you're just spotting your opponent a minute. I don't really think that's a winning strategy.
Right. Yeah, usually it's like you're supposed to surprise them and be up on time, but he's actually kind of surprising himself, it seems, and that does make sense, honestly, Mike. If you're playing a bunch of different stuff, you're not going to know it as well as somebody who's just playing their main repertoire.
Yeah, well said. And remember, for those of you that were here a few minutes ago, it could be 5.5 to 1/2 were it not for a last-second disconnection. So the match is almost not as close as the score indicates, but Christopher has had such a good online career and showed how fast he is that he's always going to have a chance in these faster segments, but he's kind of got to get himself together here. With 20 minutes left, I could see after this game having maybe 2 more 5-minute games. I almost called them classical games. Such is the nature of how working for chess.com has rewired my brain. 5 minutes is not classical chess, friends.
But it feels like it, right, guys? I mean, this is just a bullet waiting room. Queen h4, and Pranav, he's really made it a point. Has it been almost every single game, it's felt like, where he's launched an attack? And, that's just his style of play. And I love to watch a good attacker play games, because it's not as, cutthroat as they make it seem. It seems like, oh yeah, he's just making all those aggressive moves. Like, no, he's also ready to trade queens when the opportunity needs it. And being able to switch from offense to defense like that is a really remarkable quality.
Yeah, there's only about one game where I think Christopher was the attacker. It's the one where he had the light squared pressure. And although it did net him a half point, perhaps it shouldn't have. But you're right. In general, Pranav has had the initiative in most of these games. The winner gets the $1,750, but they get the right to go play that number 1 seed. So do you think Gukesh is watching this? It's probably definitely pretty late in India, but after you play a long match, do you ever watch the match after that, you think?
I mean, if I was playing in the event, I feel like my answer would be absolutely yes, because I'm just a fan as well. I would love to watch the other matches because it's finally less stress. Like, you just played the match, you know how stressful that is. To finally get to sit back and just enjoy, I think he definitely would. And obviously his countryman Pranav, I'm sure he's keeping tabs on him. And I think there's so much camaraderie from all the Indian players, the young Indian players especially, that I'm sure he's probably keeping tabs.
And then we see on the screen tomorrow morning, my time, should be good late afternoon in India. Our third Indian player out of the 8-player field, Grandmaster Raunak Sadhwani, will take on, I'm not sure if it's Reed or Rayad Samadov, but that will be the third Indian player. It should be mentioned that if, and we're getting very early here, but if Pranav goes on to win this, then that guarantees an Indian player in the final because he will play against Gukesh for the first spot in the finals. So
right.
It's going to be tough to to usurp the Indian dominance of this event.
Right, but that's, I think, what makes the event so exciting is because they're junior players, even though there are favorites and obviously the players are seeded accordingly, Gukesh clear number one, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're always going to see those number one seeds in the finals. I feel like in an SCC format, with the top players in the world, yeah, the number one seed moves on the most. But junior chess, I feel you could have the last seed upsetting everyone and just, entering the scene, so to speak.
Right. And it's only an 8-player field, not 16 as we've sometimes had, which brings the wolf pack together a little bit more closely. So, all right, so Black loses a pawn intentionally in this 2 knights defense. I used to play this as Black as a kid. It was a horrible opening for my style because all I would do is trade to an endgame and be down a pawn, and I would win in spite, not because of the opening. But what is Black getting here? I guess a space advantage. What else can you say here?
Well, the one thing he's getting is he's getting a position where his advantages can't really be challenged. So he has 2 bishops. And there's not really any way for White to really access them. He's got the more control of the center. He's got the pawns up here. They can't really be challenged either. D4, there's always E4, which I'm not sure that you want to allow. Of course, not to mention would be hanging a pawn in this particular position. But as long as that F pawn stays there, White does not have access to E4. Does not really have access to any central square here. So I think the best part about Pranav's position is just the fact that he has something that you can't touch. So I think that's really where his advantage comes from.
I think one of the things that causes Christopher to drain time on the clock is you say to yourself, and when it's your move, okay, can't play F4, he can't play E4. But then the very next move, you have to ask yourself those 2 questions again and again. And every single turn, you have to make sure that neither of those moves result in Black expanding his center.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and we finally see bishop to c3, which I think is a big achievement for White here. Some pressure on the e-pawn. F4 as a move in general, you don't really ever want to play unless it wins material. So F4 here, knight e4, bishop g4. Well, I was just talking about winning material, and I think it does it now.
Yeah, you've been actually pretty good today at spotting that queens and rooks lined up on diagonals, and it looks like it is, in fact, about to happen. And again, what we just said, you have to analyze F4 and E4 every single turn. So we'll see if Pranav can conjure this idea.
Yeah, it looks like knight e4, bishop there. I'm wondering about the move g3. Like, basically, how do we not just lose the game? Because the queen would actually be trapped. And the knight goes to e2 instead. But I think it was because of the queen getting trapped there. He did not like this move at all.
Yeah. Black takes away the e4 square, so bishop g4 is a real threat. On the previous move, it would have been a draw, which of course is not what Black is going for. And now White doesn't want to play h3 and create a target for g5, g4. But I think if h3 happens, we will see g5.
Yeah, the other thing that was a little bit scary was Black was actually threatening an idea like e4 and bishop g4. e4 to take away the diagonal so that the c6 pawn wouldn't be hanging. So that was, I think, really, really scaring him. But Pranav is in an attacking position, and it's not an attacking position where you have to force things. It's one where the moves come naturally. So I am not only scared as a spectator for Chris Yu, I'd be scared if I had this position against Pranav.
I like what he's done here. I suggested g5 to go to g4, but with the knight can apply additional pressure to h3. And I think White was going to try to strike back with d4. So you're kind of keeping an eye on d4 a little bit more, but White's done a little bit of progress here to force the Black pieces backward, although computer still says, I think the computer is basically saying that the queen is wandering and she's on a walkabout
Yeah.
And she may not make it back.
Yeah, and look at how impressive that queen d8 move is. Like, how many of us can be attacking with our queen here and really feel comfortable just going all the way back? Queen d8, king h7. Like, if I told you those were the best attacking moves in the position, I don't think you'd believe me.
And here we go, g6, queen g4, h5, queen f3, knight g5, and then the walkabout is finally over.
That's right. That's right. That would be a trapped queen, which is why, I mean, if we think about that line, there is a square created on d3 for the queen, but just barely.
Yeah, and if anybody in the chat is pointing out that after g6, queen g4, knight g5 also wins the queen, I think you're right, because after queen h4, knight f3 does the job. So, but it's nice when you've got multiple ways to win the queen, and so white has to give the queen to get.
But I love the decision, considering you have 5 seconds. I'd rather play this position with white. There's knight d4, there's bishop d3. I actually think that was one of Chris's best practical decisions in the last little while there. And Pranav he's got that unfortunate moment where you've set out to win material, you've won the material, and you almost wish you didn't.
I don't disagree with you, but it's only one piece. He didn't even get a rook for it, but I still think you're right. That's kind of a weird thing to say. He only got one piece, and yet it might have been the right decision.
What the heck?
So e6 was a threat. Bishop f5 stops it.
Yeah, and not allowing that bishop to get to d3, I think, is incredibly relevant. Controlling that diagonal really seals the deal for me. Okay,
so black would even be maybe willing to give an exchange just to quell some of the threat, but so far doesn't even need to. And I think white's running out of ideas here.
Yeah, rook g8, rook c7 is kind of the idea, but bishop d7, it's just not quite enough. Time is ticking. Pranav does it again, where he uses the clock against his opponent. Not only was that an unbelievably strong attack, so tough to defend, Mike, but he does these attacks when his opponent has like 1 second. You can't be expected to defend them anyway, let alone with 1 second.
That is exactly true, but he's going to need to try something. He's playing a little faster here, but he's lost 4 games in a row. He went from 1.5 to 1.5, and somehow that reset. I know it was a telecommunications reset, but when we came back from the reset, Pranav has just opened up a massive lead. Christopher is trying the Petrov as black. We already mentioned it once today, but that's what he used as black to beat Wesley So at the U.S. Championship. But Pranav has switched to a 4 knights, and the G3 is like the Gleck variation. Don't ask me why I know that. We've reached a position that we've all probably gotten into at some point, some kind of normal 4 knights position.
Yeah, and it's a 4 knights where there's been an exchange here. Personally, I actually like these for black. I think they're fun to play as 2 bishops against 2 knights kind of game. But the way that we've seen it develop here, he immediately played the move d5, which, I mean, it does open things back up for the bishops. d5 was a voluntary decision, and all of a sudden it's like, okay, there's queen b5, there's c4, a4, a5. These knights don't have, very easy places to put themselves, and white might come up with some strange move like knight h4 next.
We're on game number 8. I feel like we've had a lot of games where one side has gotten the bishop pair pretty early on. So I'm going to ask chat for some help. Chat, I want you to go back, do an exhaustive research on the first 7 games, and tell us what the score is of the bishop pair. Has the bishop pair been winning or losing? I'm too busy, but you guys look like you're good for it. So we'll wait for somebody in chat to drop some knowledge.
And if there's one thing I know about chat, is they're always correct. So I await the correct answer soon. e4. Okay, pawn takes. I'm going to need some help here.
You want chat to help or me?
I need the lifeline from anyone. I'm in the ocean here, and whoever throws me a lifesaver, I'll say thank you very much.
Okay, I thought I was going to, pack up, go home, and let chat be your commentator. But yeah, let's see. Let's start out. By the way, it should be noted there, you saw it on the screen, Pranav's advantage is up to 73%. I don't think Smarter Chess's predictions factor in the hot hand. I don't know if you guys believe in that in sports. There's been a lot of analysis on whether or not players can get hot or get streaky. Let me see if I can fix my camera. My camera is not on a hot streak today. But yeah, 73%. That's quite a change from the opening, which was basically a toss-up.
Yeah, I think the main reason that you don't see something higher than that is honestly the fact that one win could really ignite the other player as well. And there's so much chess still to play. Although the 5-minute portion is 90 minutes, there's only 90 more minutes remaining, but it comes in a format where the points are easier to come by, right? Because the games are quicker. 3-minute chess, 1-minute chess. Some of those 1-minute games can go very, very quickly, and the score could completely change.
Yeah, I think even though 5 minutes, the 5-minute portion is 50% of the time limit, it usually represents about 30% of the points. I don't think Christopher Yu is necessarily thinking about this, but I wonder if he should try to make this the final 5-minute game. It's going to be really close whether or not this is the final 5-minute game. I predict it probably will be. Generally, if you're losing, you want more games, but also, let's be honest, this time control has not suited him. So we'll see if he tries to elongate it or if he tries to shorten it.
Yeah, it's interesting. I definitely am not sure this will be the last game, just because most games have featured one of the players, usually Pranav, up a significant amount of time. And it's kind of happening here, although he's spending a long time. I think, going back to the chess, that he's spending time because he's maybe looking at g4. Bishop g6, knight g6 would seemingly win a piece. So g4 looks like it actually wins material, but is that material you actually want to win? That's the question.
Yeah, I always have trepidations too. When I put my knight on h4 and you play g4, there are tactics on your knight. I don't know that they work, but you always have to keep that a little bit in the back of your mind of a knight takes g4 type idea. But I'm a little bit more solid choice. Rook to e3. And this goes back to what we said a few games ago. If you can't figure out what to do, find your worst piece, make it better. And it looks like white may be doubling rooks on the e-file.
Right. And the knight's defended now, so moves like knight d5 just don't exist. The weird thing about white's position right now is that the knight can never really return this way. Those are the safe squares to return to. So it's going to be going on a journey of its own, knight f5. But for the moment, that seems sufficient. Pawn takes d3, rook takes d3, looks okay.
Yeah, and you said a couple of games ago, Pranav has been the attacker, and nobody ever plays knight f5 without attacking intentions. I think Kasparov said it was maybe worth a pawn to get a knight to f5. I know Ben Feingold has his own aphorism about a knight getting to f5, but I don't want to put $1 in Ben's tip jar so early, so I will save you from his witty quip. But it just looks like Pranav is just going to keep playing the same style of chess, get ahead on the clock, get a position that's hard to defend. And I hate to keep saying the same things, but Black is having to defend with less time, and that's been a theme the entire afternoon.
Yeah, you're saying the same things, but the same things are happening. So I think it's understandable. A lot of similarities in the way these games have gone. But guess what? When you're the one attacking, the pressure you put on your opponent will usually create a time advantage. And it's not just been that's benefited Pranav, but it's how well he's used it. He's used that time advantage every single time to play the trickiest moves in the position, the moves that do not liquidate, keep pieces on the board, and always create confusion. And speaking of confusion, queen d7, is that Black's first significant threat against this knight? Now f5 is covered.
Yeah, it looks that way. White covered d3 using a clever move, and now Black is cleverly threatening g4. Okay, so we finally have g4, and we have a sacrifice. And I like this because it upsets the apple cart, and you finally get to say, I'm going to attack you once. And even though I know objectively it doesn't look to be so good, I think it's good confidence-wise to just be the person that puts your opponent back on his toes for once.
That's right. There is a lot of time here for Pranav to kind of figure this out. The knight is trapped on h4. It can't really return. So he says rook takes e4, hits the queen, guards the knight, queen d1, bishop e1 forced. Pranav had a move like this in a previous game, bishop d8 that he played. I don't know if this is going to work out this time because Christopher Yu has a little bit more than 1 second now.
Yeah, and I'm looking at any knight move here because the standard rule is when you're up the exchange, trading one set of rooks is often better. For example, if there's only one open file, in this case, be the e-file, you would control it without any kind of contention. There's other reasons to do that, but I'm looking to trade one set of rooks here and get my other rook to the e-file if possible.
Yeah, knight takes d3 could even be played here, but I think you want to be a little careful about positions where you end up taking on e1 because white plays king g2 and your queen on e1 surprisingly is way out of the game. And don't sleep on white's pieces. This queen, bishop, knight are all popping in the position, and we know how well Pranav can attack.
Yeah, that'd be the ultimate backfire if you win the exchange and got yourself attacked. But
right.
Yeah, you can't forget about that. I'm a little surprised the knight went back. It seems like G4 was the obvious spot, but he must need that knight to reroute to C5 or maybe even to F6 to cover up the king a little bit. But maybe that.
Yeah, I like knight F6 or really any move that hits the rook, because the main intention for black here is attack the rook, force white to exchange, and then the bishop just is a sitting duck on E1.
Yeah, and it might be 6 and 1/2 dozen of the other. If you go to G4, you might be going back to F6. This move might have more flexibility because you have the additional C5 idea. So
that's right.
Clever and probably better from Christopher Yu. And computer thinks he's up about 1 pawn here, but really I think he's betting a lot of his hopes on continuing this attack on the first rank and the weakened white king.
Knight G2, strange move. It does defend the bishop. I'm really grasping at straws here, trying to make this position work. There's king F1, there's knight G2. Other than those moves, I'm starting to get a little scared about knight C5.
Yep, and for one of the first times, Pranav is the defender, and he's having to bleed off that time advantage. So that's one of the reasons I really like this piece sack, which is now turned into a rook for 2 minor pieces game for Christopher Yu. You get back to equal on the clock, yeah.
Yep. So I think knight C5 does make the most sense. Rook takes, and then you can't really do anything about rook takes E1, but you at least, get a position like this. He's going to play D4 or something next. I imagine we'll see B6, but B6, D4, if knight E6, queen E8, it's really unpleasant, actually.
Right, yeah, your king is going on a walk since your knight can't block, and it's a little tough. He's going to give
like a GM Canty line. That was a nice little rhyme there.
Yeah, I do learn a lot from him, but I cannot keep up with his silky prose. So he gives the B7 pawn, but actually this is kind of nice if you trade queens. Okay, there's pieces on both sides of the board. I was wondering if he would do that, but I guess not.
Yeah, tough to say because the pawns are actually equal here. They're just arranged in such a funny way.
Okay, so we got a queen endgame, which is not for the faint of heart when you're solo on time. And now the king has to walk onto the e-file, which might mean the loss of the bishop after f5.
Yeah, and I think here he can just be forced to go to the e-file. The bishop is going to be hanging with either of those moves, so I think the game will actually end right in front of us. And the timer has also wrapped up here as both players are down to 20 seconds, so this will be officially the last game in this segment.
Might be the best of both worlds for Christopher. He couldn't have asked for anything better to get a win if he's able to convert this and get out of this 5 minute, get a break and regroup. After the first break, it was Pranav who came out firing, and now Christopher is going to get a much needed break, but he still has to convert this. The time doesn't matter anymore. This will be the final 5 minute game. And that was the first, or really maybe the second time we've seen emotion from Pranav, but the first negative emotion after knight h4. He winced, and he knows that he's in trouble here, and he gets mated.
And there we go, a checkmate, and you see finally a sign of life there. Christopher Yu is happy about that. As you said, he gets the win going into the break, the best possible result for him, and he reminds people that this is still a match.
5.5 to 2.5, and Christopher can almost feel good about only being down 3 points. We have the 3 minute segment coming up. It'll be a 60-minute segment, and we will see if Christopher realizes, hey, being the attacker might actually be the way to start playing. So we're going to have a break, and when we come back, we will see the 3 minute segment and if Christopher can make his comeback official.
Playing online wasn't a fun experience for me. And I know a lot of people are like, well, I played on ICC or I played on Play Chess, it was great. But like, I wasn't a chess professional. Some of it felt too fast. Some of it felt like, oh, you gotta know like console commands to like start a game or challenge someone. It just didn't feel like inviting. It felt like a gated thing. At the same time, the web was changing. So there was these kind of new technologies that were happening, and there was other stuff on the internet. There was like super cool blogs, and there was like great news sites, and there were bloggers, and there was chess content. It was emerging. So I was like, all right, Jay, let's do this. Like, let's build our own thing and do it. This is not a knock on what anyone else was doing. It was working really well for some people. But again, for me, where I sat, what I wanted, temperature of porridge I wanted in this story did not exist. And I wanted something that felt just right at home. And that's what drove me to build what I wanted as a chess fan. I started a chess teaching business in elementary schools where I wrote a curriculum and I hired instructors and I would get kids excited for chess and they would go do that. And we ended up doing chess in like 100 schools. And this is while I was going to college. That kind of led to this opportunity where I was like, man, I'm like buying a lot of chess sets and there's a lot of interest in chess. Maybe I can get a discount if I buy them from China. And so I started buying and importing chess equipment from China. I started a website called Wholesale Chess where we were selling chess equipment online. This is long before Amazon was like selling everything. And I did the teaching business, and then I did the e-commerce business. And then while I was doing the e-commerce business, I was like, oh, this is getting really tough to like pay for ads and compete. And I was like, oh, I really want to do a chess community because then people will come for the community, but they'll also buy some stuff. So it'll work as like a self-sustaining business model. Plus, as a chess fan, like, where's my home? Like, I wanted the MySpace of chess. I ended up buying the domain name chess.com out of bankruptcy for $56,000. So we started building like the MySpace of chess. We were building a chess community, and that's kind of how chess.com got born. And that's kind of my interest in chess, was like, as a business, as an e-commerce, as a fan, as a community member, as someone who was playing on other sites like Yahoo Chess and stuff and was very unhappy with it. I wanted a place that felt like home for me. And that's my relationship with chess and chess.com in a nutshell.
Welcome back to the second match of the bracket phase of the Chess.com 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship. I am here with Grandmaster Aman Hambleton and both of the players. Christopher struggled against Pranav, but Christopher, you won that final game of the 5+1 and has cut the deficit to 3 games, which I think might feel like a little bit of a moral victory. The winner of this will take on the number 1 seed Gukesh, who impressed mightily in the opening match of the bracket phase. Aman, what do you think Christopher is going to have to do to continue this momentum in the 3-minute segment?
Well, Mike, I don't know if I was correct about what I said earlier, but if there was any sort of limit testing going on with what openings he wanted, I think we're going to see him settle in to a few openings that he liked from that early start. So I think the 5-minute portion, we saw so many different openings from him. I think he's going to have to narrow it down. Pranav looked good handling most of those openings. And ironically, what was the one game that we were impressed by the most from Christopher? It's when he imbalanced things, is when he went on the offensive and he attacked Pranav. So I'd like to see him pick some openings that cater to that style more, because honestly, the attacker has been way up on time and has scored the results in this match so far.
Yeah, you've hit on that second major theme there with your last sentence. The experimentation of Christopher Yu and the just, sacrificing 60 to 90 seconds out of the opening. Obviously, in the 3-minute, you can't do that at all. The first game of the 3-minute is the one that sometimes throws players because sometimes you play at the same pace you've been playing at. You look at the clock and you're like, I got 1 minute left because you're still in the 5-minute phase. So I don't know what players have to do, if they have to pinch themselves or play a 3-minute game during the break. Of course, the players aren't going to do that, but they need to do something to remind themselves that you can't dawdle. And Christopher has been kind of dawdling in the opening.
That's right. If he is doing anything like what we just saw, he'll be low on time by move 15. So that's just unacceptable. But probably the best quality that these players have, and the one that you have to have in these matches, being able to adjust and adapt on the fly. Guess what? The biggest adjustment is going to happen right now, as 5 minutes becomes 3 minutes, much less time to play with.
Take a look at Pranav's room. If you're wondering how to gain 120 feet, 8 points in 12 months, put yourself in a room where nothing is happening except your chess screen.
Exactly. That's how to focus.
A Spartan room. But we are off with the 3-minute. Christopher is back to the white pieces. And we have a King's Indian defense. So Pranav mixing it up a little bit here. I believe Christopher plays the King's Indian in classical sum, not Pranav. But Pranav is going to try to be the one to experiment a little bit here in the 3-minute.
Yeah, we've seen a game similar to this in the match, but it was, of course, with the bishop having traded for white's bishop on d2. But the structure is something that we have seen before. Major difference that we see here is the pawn on c6, which is always so strong to handle a knight on c3. But the one square that is given up with c6 is the d6 square, and white is already eyeballing it with knight g5.
Yeah, this Catalan sort of setup versus the King's Indian, I'm getting some very bad memories. 3 straight years I played black against the late Alexander Vaitkevich, who he just plays the Catalan like he eats Fruit Loops, like he does it so effortlessly. So I'm getting some major flashbacks here about those 3 games against him. But hopefully Pranav surely knows more what to do.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think 2 bishops is a very easy thing to notice for white in this position. But, let's be honest. Black is more than happy to trade the monster d6 knight for that bishop on c8. So yes, black loses a little bit of light square control. But now I think the focus shifts to this dark square bishop. If black can get it off the board, something like knight d4, force it to trade. Or if these bishops trade for one another, then all of a sudden Pranav's position starts to be better on a positional, from a positional standpoint.
And I think that's why black played a5, is so the a pawn was not loose after the knight e6, knight d4 idea. But now white played knight a4, realizing that, so that he could drop his knight into b6. So it's a little cat and mouse game, but the knight goes back to e6 anyway.
Yeah, and if knight b6, knight d4 isn't possible for many reasons, bishop takes, but also when the knight takes the rook, it does hit the queen. So knight b6 you'll have to react to. Rook takes and rook d8 does feel like a very simple way to do things, but he's going to elect to just move the rook out of the way and, not simplify things when knight d4 is on tap.
This is one of those weird positions I'm on where you give the b6 square and it looks so horrible to give it, and then the knight just moves there and black's like, okay, I'll just maneuver around you. And so white has won a square that might amount to nothing, and the computer actually says black is totally fine giving away this square.
Yeah, knight d4, and it does happen. This is what I was concerned about earlier. I do feel like the dark squares are way more meaningful than the light squares. We look at this bishop, not doing that much. Same with the knight. However, move c5, I think long term, you may want to bring the knight back to c4. I just don't think that's going to be easy to accomplish.
Yeah, c5 is almost like a rescue operation, but how on earth could you guard the pawn a3, b4? It's going to take a long time to get that pawn defended to bring the knight. So it's this massive, like I said, rescue operation. It's going to take white like 3 or 4 moves to get the knight back in the game.
Yeah, knight h5 to me is a very, very strange move. I'm kind of wondering what the point of knight h5 is. Like, does he want f5? Because it seems like there were other squares you could have put the knight on if you only wanted to just open the bishop.
Yeah, knight h5 only belongs on T-shirts at the Q Boutique in St. Louis. For those of you that remember Fischer's knight h5 in the Benoni, that's about the only time where this knight getting captured by a bishop might be recommended. But yeah, it's
Right.
it's weird. How's it going to get back in the game? I'm not quite sure.
Yeah, it's just the attacker in him. I think he's almost threatening knight takes g3, queen g3, bishop e3. So understandably, king to g2 was played. And what the heck? This reroute is unbelievable. The knight goes to e6. And I got to be honest, it looked great on e6. It did not look great on h5.
I think it's the Norwegian rat, right? Where you play knight f6, knight h5, knight g7.
That's right.
But yeah, very strange in this position. It should be noted we want to talk about the clocks a little bit. Another advantage for Pranav. Maybe not quite as big, but in the 3-minute, it's about maybe percentages, not actual real time. So double the amount of time for Pranav than Christopher, and that is going to be a problem.
Yeah, that's a great point. We do see that idea a3, b4 happening. It's slow but steady. And when knight e6 happens, there will be b4 to guard that pawn, which does make a lot of sense. So really tough for either side to make progress because white's knight is getting anchored in and supported. Black's pawn is going to be very, very well defended, almost impossible to get rid of. And if you play e3, that always benefits black. So tough for either side to really do anything. It may be maybe whoever's kingside pawns actually make an impact on the position.
Pretty crazy day so far. We have had, 8 games and only one draw. And the one draw, if you'll remember, was they forced perpetual, otherwise get mated, like literally forced, unless you want to be a substandard player. So an amazing day of fighting chess so far. And so you said neither player can make progress. I agree it's tough, but I don't think either player is going to sit. I think they're going to try something. It's in their nature so far today.
Exactly. That's a great point, is that we will see something happen. And what I'm seeing right now is, for no reason, seemingly, a5 has been taken. What about a6 by white? Does black really have any threats that are better than a6, bishop takes c6?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Actually, if I remember, the couple of pawn breakthroughs today has been Pranav playing them, but Christopher is surely looking at it. Computer does not like queen c7 one bit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, I was about to say it seems like knight c4 might have been the reason, because it relinquishes the pressure on c5 just for a moment. But no, that wasn't quite it either.
Okay, well, only 14 seconds left here, despite the fact that he's got a small advantage. And oh, no, you have to self-pin. This queen is very strange. She's doing very strange things with herself.
Yeah, it's kind of all over the place here. Now the knight is in serious trouble. Pranav's position is a wreck. Time at 10 seconds for both players, though. So this is going to get spicy, but a big advantage for Christopher.
Yeah, white could almost even take on c5 with the rook, although he would never do that. So yeah, this is really tough, but only 9 seconds, as you said. Both players actually down to less than 10 seconds. Here comes the time scramble. We haven't really had a proper time scramble yet with pieces all over the board. We're about to see one.
Yeah, literally everything is hanging in this position. Knight e3, rook takes, and that hangs as well. And yeah, every piece just disappeared. There absolutely no hope for Pranav. And look at that. Christopher Yu starts out the 3-minute portion with a win, Mike. And I think, is it official? Is the comeback on?
Well, it is a game of mini streaks, as we mentioned before. And these are young players who may not have played these matches that much. Although, if Buddy's played 200 games in a row with you, he's only going to play about 25 today. So he should be a little bit used to dealing with these streaks, although I assume you guys were playing Bullet or something. But yeah, he's got to figure out a way to not let it get away from him. You can't just sit on the lead with this much time left in the match.
Exactly. No, this isn't the type of moment where, oh yeah, I just need to protect my lead and win. It's like, actually, it's not even clear to Pranav that he needs to be wasting time here, because he might need the extra time if this match evens up to score some points himself.
Yep, I agree with you. And we did think that as the match got a little bit faster, Christopher might have a very, very slight advantage, at least more than he would have in the 5-minute. And so far we are seeing that. But a 4-point deficit, that's about the upper limits of comebacks I've seen in my chess.com history. I'm almost positive I've seen at least one 5-point comeback. And somebody in my research team might even tell me if there was a 6-point comeback. But I actually personally witnessed a 5-point comeback once.
Wow.
Irina Krush was playing a death match way back against Nadezhda Kazintseva, who was playing at the Charlotte Chess Center, and I was there watching her in person. Only problem was she's the person who blew the 5-point, and it was tough. She had a newborn baby, and her husband Leonid Kritz was downstairs. I didn't know what to tell her. But anyway, I'm glad I'm back to the digital world. We don't have to worry about that. We just have to cover the excitement.
That's something we can do. That's what we're here to do.
So
Castles E5 is just like it's standing out as, wait a minute, is that okay to do? Knight D5 after that, then knight takes D5, bishop H4, I guess was okay.
Okay, so queen to d4, computer doesn't like it. Now, it should be noted, sometimes it's not a blunder, but a missed opportunity that creates the question mark. So you can't just always, don't just look and be like, hey, did white hang a piece? It may not be the case.
Yeah, well, that's a good reminder. Queen D4, I really feel like, mistake is kind of a harsh characterization of the move Queen D4, but I think Queen D2 is a much more natural square. Rook slides over. Yes, bishop takes on F6 right now is an idea, big threat. H6 hanging, but no doubt black will do something about that. How about knight G4?
Mm-hmm.
Putting some pressure. Obviously, H3 can happen, but after H3, knight E5, F4, not quite possible. So the knight, I think it sits very well on E5, and maybe knight C4 in the future.
Yeah, letting the knight hang out on G4 is a little bit circumspect, but I guess you can cover F2 enough times in case of Queen B6. So yeah, it's a little bit weird to let the enemy hang out in your territory.
That's right. I think it's been pretty good though for black. This setup is almost perfect. The pieces went from E7 and F6 to C5 and E5, so I feel like improvements all around for Christopher's pieces. However, I'm also looking at the time. Just want to make sure that that's being kept in perspective. Pranav is actually evening up on the clock here, but he was up a good 30, 45 seconds.
Yeah, I just can't be a believer that Christopher would not be aware of this and not try to fix it. He did get away with it in the previous game where he spotted him about 30, 45 seconds. And then because of his better position, made Pranav come back. But it feels like a big investment of time for, marginal returns in the chessboard.
That's right. Bishop E7 on the previous turn, by the way. I think we just never really care about losing this pawn because rook D8 pins the bishop. Now B4 really starts to change the scope of the position. We might see even something like takes on E5 and just playing like an endgame like that, Queen D7.
Yep, we certainly could. And the clocks are getting a little bit closer back to equal, as you mentioned. Pranav, when he played his matches against you, did you notice any change in his play when he started to rack up 2, 3, 4 wins in a row?
No, definitely not. The thing is, you might sort of default into a different style in those cases, but he has his same style, and he's even proved it right here. That line that I was talking about probably didn't even enter his brain. Not because he's just not thinking about it, but because, King H2 and F4 is the only thing on his mind. He's looking more aggressive. He knows how to put pressure on the clock, and I think he's just a natural attacker, so he sticks with that style.
Well, Christopher could have gone for a perpetual, but as we mentioned, we've only had one draw so far, and it was literally the only move on the board, so not going to see that. But the last 2 games where Christopher has won, he has not gotten attacked, and so Pranav is probably feeling the itch to get something going, and Christopher's letting him. Christopher did not take the draw.
And the weird thing is neither side. There was a pawn hanging there on E5. Now, of course, it's not because bishop D6, but I feel like both sides are kind of okay to potentially hang pawns here. Neither one is truly hanging at the moment, but I think you get the point. Both sides would be happy to take their opponent's bishop here for a knight.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense. And surprised actually that They're playing so slowly when they've got so little time on their clock.
I know.
It's they're not, maybe they're still stuck in the 5-minute phase mentally, I'm not sure. But Pranav, for one of the first times all match, I know it's only a 15-second deficit, but he's now below 10 seconds, and it's Christopher that gets to enjoy a small luxury for once.
His position is getting worse and worse. Maybe rook c4, rook c8 kind of looked like a nice move there. Now, I don't know, queen d3, and you finally get a chance to move the knight, so he takes the opportunity immediately, but, I mean, is knight b2 just a kind of simple tactic here?
Yeah, unless the knight on e2 can move and create a threat by itself, but I don't see anywhere that's going, so, but he doesn't want the b2 pawn, interestingly. I'm not sure why.
Oh, it's getting so tense here.
Repeat
2
once.
seconds.
Greg Kardanov says, always repeat once. Oh, no, he's going to repeat too many times. But why would he do that?
This is one of those repetitions where both players are unhappy, and the last move by both players was, highly criticized by the engine. Basically, both players were missing knight b2, so the engine is going, hey, wait a minute, hey, wait a minute, hey, wait a minute.
Yeah, I wonder, it's almost like, I was going to say something else. We have a sort of wing gambit deferred, not b4 on move 2, but I don't want to talk about the previous game anymore at all. The wing gambit, the one time I had a game in the US Open Bulletin was when I played the wing gambit. So this is also close to my heart. And white gets a huge pawn center, a snowplow, if you will, for the pawn.
Yeah, imagine what, a player like Christopher Yu will do just to get the center here. He's willing to give up an entire pawn on the queen side, and I'll tell you one thing, Pranav has probably not played this too many times in his career. Not played against it, that is.
Absolutely. I should describe to pretty much all of our viewers what a bulletin is. They actually used to print out games in the middle of events and give them out to players. Those days are long gone, but thought you might want to know what a bulletin was. Anyway, back to our game. We said earlier, Christopher was almost lucky not to be down more. Now, Pranav is almost lucky not to have his deficit reduced to one game. He's not been able to be the same player that he was at the beginning of the match in the last 3 games.
Agreed. Yep, absolutely agreed. This is also a little bit surprising because there is queen a5, which absolutely forces knight c3, and then bishop takes b5. It's like, what's going on there? Queen takes b5 forced, but are you supposed to be trading queens when your opening is giving up a pawn? That just gives me kind of backwards mentality from how you should be playing this.
I guess the reason the computer doesn't give black a bigger advantage there is that you're going to have to play knight a6, and then there's no way to remove the knight on b5, and white will play bishop e3 to lock down the a7 pawn. White will get the rook to the c file first. But in general, I support your point. And in chess kid land, we call that old man chess, when all you do is trade with your pawn advantage. The only exception is that when I do a show with Alice Lee, the new IM elect, we call it smart woman chess because I don't want to call her an old man. But your point is well taken. That's generally what players should be doing when they're up a pawn, is just getting the heavies off the board.
Look at this. I mean, bishop back to c8. We're on move 10. 10. Look at this.
Undeveloping. We don't do this at all in chess killing. We don't show positions like this. I told you one pawn is worth 3 tempos. Well, white's got about 4 or 5 tempos here for the pawn.
Yeah, this is too much. Although knight c5 is kind of a move to win a bishop, I think even bishop takes, maybe a4. I mean, white is steamrolling, snow plowing in the center of the board. I think just simple moves. a4, knight d2, knight c3, castle. Getting developed looks like a very obvious way to play the position. No need to dive into a longer think.
Yeah, I like what you said. When the snowplow goes from the 4th rank to the 5th rank, I would say its effectiveness, I'm not going to say it doubles, but it goes way, way up. And if you guys are looking for a great game to show that, Kramnik's Fiddler from Dortmund in 1999 is a fantastic example of Kramnik inching his pawns forward. So you guys can go look that up on your own time.
Okay, finally, an effort to develop the pieces in castle by Pranav. He's been moving queenside pieces nonstop. Here we see bishop g7, and castle is the intention. But, I mean, I don't think Chris Yu has any desire to let that happen. e5, and after pawn takes on e5, are we going to see
e6?
e6? Is it going to happen? Are we going to get it?
That would be amazing. Okay, so just getting rid of the snowplow to open up everything, not letting black consolidate and get his king castled. I love the idea of pressing your opponent before he gets a chance to catch up. And now, does black have to play e6? There's no knight getting to c7, but his queen is like weirdly unable to move.
Yeah, and also e6. There could be moves like knight g5, bishop c4, where your plan is just to take that e6 pawn. So instead he plays bishop g7, which really does kind of make sense. He just wants to castle so badly right now.
Yeah, I mean, bishop g7 makes sense. It looks like he's going to get his king castled. White can't stop it. So white has to come up with something else here.
Definitely not e6, although e6, bishop takes, I'm not sure about that. Knight g5, now e6, I think you're sacrificing there. That's for sure. And it would be pawn takes and maybe knight takes e6. I don't know about that.
Fascinating.
Wow, what a weird position. But look, if the eval is around equal here, wouldn't you rather be white?
Yeah, I would be. White is down about 30 seconds, but yeah, white has all the tactical opportunities here.
Okay, so we could take on, maybe take on e4. Also, yeah, maybe h6 as well. Kind of liking h6.
Looking for ways to sack and gain control of some light squares in the process and just keep the pin on the king, but I don't know. Okay, b5, trying to get rid of this really, really strong battery.
Yeah, understandable. Is bishop e6 a move? Could be nonsense.
Yeah, I thought about that before, and then black leaves the bishop there, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
this
true.
game is a lot of fun to not be playing and to definitely be commentating. I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Okay. So finally, this pawn takes. This tension is getting resolved, and after queen takes,
He must be considering pawn takes bishop and sacking some material back, because otherwise, yeah, queen e7 should be happening immediately.
yeah, it should be instant. Both players at 20 seconds. I don't think we're going to see a perpetual like we saw in the previous game where both players got to 4 seconds. So buckle up here, because black is trying to hold on with this weakened king. And
yeah, I think rook takes was possible there, but he didn't like the prospect of knight d6.
Good point.
Finally, maybe an exchange, and is knight here playable? I think it is, because bishop c5, there's queen takes, and if you take on c8, rook takes on c8, covers c5. Just barely. Just barely.
Okay, so black is avoiding getting mated and finds his way into this position where he's actually up a pawn and up 4 seconds. Congratulations.
That's crazy, but I would rather be white here, no question about it. King is weaker. Keep the queens on the board if you're white, and even though black's up a pawn, the time scramble has to be better for white.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think Christopher's going to bail out here just because he's down a pawn. He's going to press those dark squares. He just has to organize his queen. His queen is not really in an ideal spot to team up with the bishop at the moment.
Yeah, I did not like the move f3 at all. That felt really wrong to me. Now I think this is going in the wrong direction here. Once rook d2. Oh, this is messy.
We saw this scene once where black sacked on h3 in a time scramble. This is much different. Yeah.
Queen f1, hang on. It's over.
You can't guard it.
Completely over. And that is a win for Pranav, who really needed that point just to stop the bleeding, stop the momentum that Christopher Yu was mounting.
Yeah, Christopher did show a little bit of negative reaction there. It's understandable because you're pushing for a win. You think you're going to attack on the dark squares and you get yourself mated on the light squares. And it's all because his queen never got back in the game. She just, her queen was over there on the A file. She lost her passport. She wasn't able to get back in the country. And she just didn't play any part in the defense on the white king.
I was with you until the move f6 was played. And then I got so sidetracked. Is this there was no reaction from Chris Yu, at least didn't seem to be too obvious, but it's obvious. It's a mouse slip, right? It has to be.
Do you want to go back to the moment and show? Because I'm also flummoxed here.
What was this f6 move here? Sorry to go back in time, guys, but this had to be just like a mistake. I don't know, knight f6 perhaps? Because it was played and we can see kind of a wry grimace from Christopher Yu as... yeah, he's got a position that he does not want to be in.
Okay, so that's strange because when you mouse slip, you almost always move the intended piece to the unintended square. But as you pointed out, he's not going to play f5 in that position. So
No.
he's moving the unintended piece to the intended square, which unless you're using a double click method, which I don't know any strong player to do, where you click release and click the destination square, that's pretty hard to do, to misclick f7 to f6. I'll put it that way.
Yeah, no, it's true, but it has to be the reason there. I mean, f6 is just not the intention. There's just no logic behind it. So something happened there, but nevertheless, you can't say no to a friendly offering from your opponent in a competitive match like this, a battle. If your opponent hands you a great position like this, like Chris did, I think Pranav owes it to himself to finish this off, right? You can't just go easy and say, oh, maybe he didn't mean to do that. No, it's competition. You still got a game in front of you.
Yeah. Also, if you are a believer in, well, I can't say karma. I just realized somebody told me karma is never a negative thing. But, Pranav handed his opponent at least a half point with the disconnection. And now Christopher might be handing some points back. So somehow the world is, arc of justice is long, but it bends.
Just balancing out somehow.
It bends somewhere. But so D5 computer didn't like, but sometimes you do this when you've got a really bad backward pawn, get rid of
That's
it
right.
to open your line. So practically it may not be as bad as the computer says.
Yeah, D5 and queen takes D5 was a miss. Probably pawn takes or knight C7 was the move, but it didn't make a lot of sense to leave the queen on D2 there because Black's next move was bishop to G4 and knight F3 and maybe shades of the first game of this match coming back to Pranav. He did not want that position again.
Yeah, well said. So up a pawn here. Weirdly, this is funny. Christopher played F6, obviously not his intention, and then he just plays fast because,
right.
Now you're kind of, just throwing stuff at the board. I mean, he's playing a little more carefully than that, but it's really one of the first times in 2 hours of chess where he's got himself a small advantage on the clock.
Yeah, and he's done it because of exactly what you said, a mistake early on, but sometimes it takes that, just to jumpstart your chess a little bit. So if he loses the game, I'm sure he won't be too upset with how he's played it, considering the F6 move, but he's definitely still playing to win here.
Yep, I agree. Kind of a funny match because on some level you would say Pranav should be up more, but in the last couple of games we would say it's kind of unfortunate Christopher's not close to equal, so maybe things are balancing out.
Yeah, it's a weird match like that. This position just looks so dominant for white with the knight coming into D5. There is that B2 pawn that's loose in this position, but this move intends bishop takes A6 to compensate.
Yeah, and in fact, the black knight is having trouble getting out of there in some ways because if you have to bring it back to the D file, white always has this trick where he can trade for the knight and play rook c8, highlighting the weakness of black's back rank.
Yeah, it's a great point. Knight D3. I'm actually going to pull up the analysis board just to show that. Bishop takes A6. Let's say knight D3. Rook takes on D3, rook C8. And this is the exact, blunder that you were talking about. And we'll see if that actually gets shown in the game at any point. Poor F6 pawn. It was this awful pawn that kind of cost the bishop its scope, and it hasn't seen the light of day since.
Okay, so black is going for an opposite colored bishop endgame. However, keep in mind, with rooks on the board and with that bishop on G7 being so ineffective, you can't just isolate the opposite colored nature of the bishops and say that black is getting closer to a draw necessarily. The same tactic that Amon just showed you doesn't work because rook takes his check. A little bit unfortunate for white, but of course black realized that when he played knight d1.
That's right. Yeah, and so he does get to play bishop f8. Now bishop c5, rook d2 is the intention, and white is looking to say, okay, you can have all that, but I'm going to defend f2 from f6.
Yeah, so the way for black to try to get to a draw in this position would be to stop any passed pawn from getting to a dark square, but even a rook trade would not make things terribly easy because white's f-pawn can support the e-pawn. So still, I'm not seeing any kind of clear fortress or anything that black can strive for.
Yeah, rook d2, if bishop c4 to protect, then I'm looking at bishop d4, and you can't move your rook to defend this pawn in either way because f2 needs protection. You can't move the pawn either because of the pin. So
you know what you might
do
is play g5 and rook f7, and the king is running out of squares. You could mate the king with a rook g8 idea.
This I think is, I would want to say it's the wrong move, rook d4. I feel like the more white gets f4, g5, and stuff like what you were saying, it has to be close to over.
Yeah, I think black saw the danger of the bishop getting to c4. Once white's bishop gets that diagonal, there's a ton of mating possibilities.
Yep.
And that's what black has to be very, very careful about. Now, you just found one for black, but the pawn is coming to g5 in all variations. So the king should be able to hide on g4.
He wants to prevent bishop d5 here, but this would be real disappointing if Pranav was not able to win this game.
But the bishop can always go to c8 and then to e6. You can't really stop the bishop from getting to the diagonal there, but instead he's choosing to try to win with the pawn, which might be just as good.
Right. Bishop covers e8, and that means e7 is certainly an idea in the previous position, but now may as well just collect that pawn, honestly.
Yeah, I'm not really sure why you wouldn't. It's not like opening the b file is dangerous, but okay. Well,
yeah, now e7, you could play bishop takes e7. Maybe white wins there with bishop d5, but yeah, no need to do it in that order. This is much stronger.
Yeah. Okay, even precise till the end with rook f6. Not needed to find that move, but certainly it is the optimal move.
Oh,
so great. White wins, and Pranav is back to his winning streak again. He's now won, 2.5 out of the last 3? Is that right?
That sounds right. Yeah, it was the beginning of this 3-minute portion that didn't start that well, but we are at, I think, the midway point, which is, great time to score a win right before you take a break. I think, Christopher, you experienced that elation, right, earlier when he got that result as the 5-minute portion ended. But we're halfway through the 3-minute portion. Pranav back on top and back with that significant lead in the match that he had before.
I agree. And both players have actually been able to use the breaks inherent in the match to find a way to regroup. So now, of course, it's Christopher Yu's time. We're going to go on a short break. When we come back to the conclusion of the 3+1, we'll see if Christopher can get himself back in this match. Good. I realized I could have gone a little longer there, but I'm still getting the timing right. There it was. Okay. I noticed by the clock we were going to go on break, but I didn't hear audibly. Did I miss a cue or reminder that we were going on break? I heard that, but when Aman said on the broadcast we're going on break, I thought we would be reminded of that by production. Okay, I mean, I did notice by the clock it was time, but I would never want to say we're going on break unless, but I'm still getting used to this, so I'm just trying to understand the process. But, okay, well, I'm going to use the restroom while I've got a chance. Okay. Ryo, congratulations on winning the Chess Kid U SpeedChess Championship. Defending champion has defended his title. National Master Ryo Chen wins.
Match is over with this game.
Exactly. Spiez wins the final 3 games to close out this match. Welcome back to the 2023 Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. We are in the middle of watching Pranav take on Christopher Yu of USA. And so far, Aman, Pranav is doubling up Christopher. A bit of a seesaw affair, but the seesaw is tilted back up to Pranav.
That's right. I think right now we're seeing, almost like in tennis, you need to hold your serve. And right now I think Pranav has held his serve, and he's also broken Christopher Yu's serve. So Chris needs to answer back, and I think it needs to happen before the end of the segment. At least win the second half of the 3-minute. You don't need to, reduce that lead to nothing. You don't need to take the lead by the end. Let's set realistic goals, right? When there's a big lead that you want to come back from, just work on gaining 1.5, 2 points here and there. You don't have to win every single game. Feel free to make a draw. So hopefully he's got it in perspective and realizes he doesn't have to go all out, but it would be nice to narrow that down before the bullet.
Yeah, and he is going to be a speed demon. Remember, his puzzle rush score is one of those, ungodly high numbers that I don't even know what it is. And I just have a theory.
Right.
We had that mouse slip in his last game. I wonder, in Puzzle Rush, when you pre-move several moves, I wonder if he pre-moved several moves, and that's what caused the fumble with the pawn on f6. Just a theory, but he has shown some brief moments in this 3+1 where he's been able to equalize in the clock, and most importantly, initiative. Initiative has been the name of this match so far. The player who has done the attacking has had better clock management and has done better in a results situation.
That's correct. Yep, it's all about that. We'll see if he sticks with these attacking positions. Pranav has come out just on the better side of things in the last couple games, but I think that break might actually be used to break the momentum. So hopefully that worked out for Chris.
Yeah. We've got about 30 minutes left in the 3+1. So a lot of chess left. He could theoretically get back to equal before the bullet, although, as you said, probably doesn't need to, but just needs to carve out a little bit of this margin and get to 2 or 3 games before the bullet begins. So we are off and running in the remainder of the 3-minute segment.
Yeah, here we go. We see we're back to D4 from Chris Yu, and Pranav has gone for something, dare I say, a little more tempered, because we don't see A6 and B5 like we have before, but still, bishop A6, a little bit offbeat, and knight C6, no claim to the center, not even trying to counterattack. He was going for knight A5, though, which bishop D2 cleverly dealt with.
Right, so we've seen this opening before by Christopher, although they're not the same treatment by Pranav. I think Pranav has done a little bit more creativity in this 3-minute, but I'm just happy we're not in one of those 3.5-hour matches where we see the same opening as white and as black every single time. Yep. So I'm looking at you, 2018 World Championship in London. Took away 3 weeks of my life. Okay, but back
Pranav,
to this match.
I think Pranav may have disconnected there. I don't know. The way that he was like kind of raising his hand like something was up was as if during that long quote unquote think that he may have disconnected briefly. So I don't know if that was the case, but I've done that look before, and that's usually when it's applied.
Well, we see the Smarter Chess predictions there. They are about where they were, I think, around the end of the 5-minute segment. That's right. That's sort of to be expected, considering we've not really gone so far since the 5-minute segment. Pranav has increased his lead by 1 point. But about a 3 out of 4 chance for Pranav to be advancing to face Gukesh in the semifinals if Smarter Chess statistics are a reliable indicator of what we're going to see.
Yeah, it's actually really surprising to me now that I think about it. The lead was less after the 5-minute. So why is normally with the less time remaining in the match, especially with a lead that increases, the odds should be much better.
Smarter Chess
they are right now.
Smarter Chess protects that algo, though. He's not going to tell us. So that's his that's his
yeah,
proprietary.
I tell you, he's got the IP on lock there.
Right. I wouldn't understand it if he did. So anyway, back to our game here. The bishop reroutes itself to b7. And, it's one of those openings where you give white the huge center and then you try to punch some holes in it. And take a look at the clock. It's actually happening. Christopher Yu has a 1-minute time advantage. I'm almost positive it's the first time in his match that we can say that.
Yeah, I do think a little bit of that time came from earlier when Not sure if Pranav was actually thinking or not, but you're right. No matter how we got here, it's quite significant. I have to say the move B takes A5 surprises me, but a move like that is always going to surprise, I feel like, because it just looks wrong, right? It just optically looks like so strange for the pawns to be doubled like that. And I mean, knight B3, are we really going to try to hang on to the pawn like that? I don't know.
Yeah, White could have just kept the tension there. I'm not really entirely sure why he had to even push the pawn. He could have just kept it. But he has his reasons. And if you're not trying to keep the pawn, then why are you doing it? So I think you're kind of right. Maybe knight B3 is the idea.
Yeah, knight B3, I'm immediately looking at bishop C6, but pausing because I'm, wait a minute. Knight G5, just have to be a little cognizant of the fact that knight G5, giving up the knight with bishop takes C6 could be a strong retort.
Okay, so the queen gets herself off of that dangerous D file and also makes White pause. And White is now just completely abandoning the E pawn unless you play F4 here. Not going to be so easy to guard the pawn. So F4 might be required.
I kind of like F4. Feels like a comfortable move. The knight can't reach D4 easily, which is one of the first things I look at. And knight E4 to follow up has a huge threat of rook to D7 and knight F6. So not F4, but kind of the same idea with knight E4.
Yep, good tactical spot. I actually kind of feel like today has been devoid of most tactics. Do you feel like it's been a little bit of a light tactics day?
I guess you could say that. I think I know what you mean by that, but I also do feel like the positions that these players have gotten have been so tactical, so many attacks. It's just that not every tactic that's been possible has appeared on the board. So I think it's been very tactical in what these players have had to calculate, but they're so good that we haven't necessarily seen them all appear on the board.
And as soon as we say it, we have a tactic, which is maybe not a tactic, but at least a sacrifice on E5. And maybe it's just a 2 pawns for a piece. And maybe Black just didn't like his position at all and decided to change the nature.
Yeah. I think you call it. It's like he just looked at that position and said, yeah, no, thank you.
Yeah, I think you're definitely right on that. And Christopher, he was up a minute, and now he's actually found himself down 20 seconds. So that didn't last long, but that was his one moment where he had more time on the clock in the last 2.5 hours.
Well, short-lived, but if he's got an extra piece, I feel like you're always going to take that. So not bad, not a bad position to be in. Rook to B1 comes to mind, but Queen C3, I feel like you almost want to consider taking that in this position because, your bishop's going to get to F6. White's knights are a little clumsy, and Black's invading with the rook.
Yeah, well said. White could actually lose a lot of his queenside pawns here. And if all of those queenside pawns disappear, very, very hard for White to win. And because I like to jump forward 70 moves on speculation, 2 knights cannot win by themselves. So Black always has that bailout as well. But that's a long way from happening. There's a lot of stuff left on the board.
Nice little trick there. Pawn to F5, seemingly winning. Runs into rook takes D4 and knight F6 check, then winning the rook on E8. And although win-win material, it would simplify a lot, which really benefits White.
That helps explain Black's move too, Amon, because now F5 is more of a real deal since there's no fork. So White, I suppose, you don't want to play rook F1. You don't want more passiveness, but rook D2 looks a little better. He sacks now. That's a surprise.
It is very surprising because I feel like, okay, D3, D2 can probably be played, and that's going to distract the rook, and maybe enough for Black to take the C-pawn. If Black wins the C-pawn for the D-pawn, I think he may even have the winning chances in the endgame, and I think you can kind of jettison your D-pawn to do that.
Yeah, it's the kind of thing you might overlook with 10 seconds in your clock. You might just be like, hey, my C-pawn is so fast, and forget that the D-pawn is. And Pranav actually looked a little closer into the camera after the sacrifices. Oh, he needed to find that real preciseness, and he may have found it by pushing his D-pawn.
Yeah, I think after King F7, he wants Knight D7 with a tricky Knight E5 fork, but King G7 is so smart getting out of that.
Okay, so collecting the pawn before trying to advance the D-pawn, that totally makes sense. Now you can push the D-pawn.
And the thing is, winning this doesn't even help you that much because your pawns are sitting ducks. There's E5, E4. The rook really dominates the 2 knights, which is a surprising thing to say, honestly.
Yeah, the knights are just so ineffective. They're starting out at such a bad starting spot. Although guarding the A-pawn is an important thing here because the rook is so good on both sides of the chessboard. The knights are so bad. But still, these two pawns are not impeded yet. That's going to be tough to stop everything here.
Yeah, this knight has not joined the game at all. So that is the reason why this position is nearly unplayable.
Okay, so we have ourselves a little, kind of like a mini snowplow, the E and the F pawns. But you also have to watch out for forks. And weirdly, this is getting not as easy as one would like. These forks are not going to be fun to deal with.
I'm very surprised we didn't see king to g4 on previous turns. Now I think white could even win this game if we're not careful here.
Well, that would really do a
Black
lot.
should probably take a draw.
Yeah, that would really do a lot to get Christopher back in the match. Even if he gets a draw, it's going to feel like a win. And somehow the A pawn survived. I mean, I never would have thought that 15 moves ago. It looked like the A pawn was a sitting duck.
Yeah, it's remarkable. I don't really know what to say about that game as it proceeded to its end. It almost looked like, okay, both sides kind of missed things and it wound up being a draw. But throughout the entire game, it looked like it was Christopher's, and then really good job by Pranav to turn it into that rook against two knights position. And from there, I think Pranav's actually a little bit upset with the result.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most roller coaster games that we've seen, one of the few draws that we've seen. But Christopher does not get the margin any closer. It remains at 4 points, and we should be moving on here with a switch of colors. So we're just going to wait for that to happen. The game was a draw, I assume, but there might be a little pause for technical considerations here, just making sure everybody's got the right connection. This is the first day of the 8-player knockout part of the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. We have 3 Indian players. You're watching one of them, Pranav from Tamil Nadu. And if Pranav's family is watching, Vanakkam, it is literally the only word I know in Tamil. Bienvenue, in case Aman's parents are watching. Welcome. And we're looking at some exciting chess. And we're looking at Christopher, who actually played a little bit faster, but it didn't help him at least convert the full point in this game.
Just have to quell everything right there. Yeah, we're not from the French part of Canada.
Okay,
huge insult there. It's like, yeah, we don't do that. So no bienvenue over here. Yeah.
Okay, fair point. I did not do my research on Aman. I know that he's in the English speaking part, and
we draw the line in the sand there.
It's actually my fault. I've just been for the last month in 3 different francophone countries. So my brain is still thinking that I'm ordering croissant and living that life. So that's totally on me, but noted. So, but Vanakkam does mean welcome in Tamil. And I believe for a lot of you, you just learned your first Tamil word.
But, me included.
Yeah, well, I once at a press conference with Vishy, and I wanted the Indian press to feel like I was, assimilating to their culture. So
that's a very thoughtful thing to do.
Turns out if you have a press conference in Chennai with Vishy, the press will come no matter what the press conference is about. You don't need to curry favor. They love him, and we do.
That's true. I think I'm speculating just because we haven't seen another game start that maybe what I was indicating at the beginning of the last game was actually the case, that maybe the connection wasn't fully stable or he thought something was up. So he's probably just double checking that, and makes sense to do so after the game while you have a moment to just make sure everything's good to go for the next game.
I'm pretty sure the next game has started, which we're going to get for you very soon. So we will jump into it a little bit mid-action, and we have it. But good news, no pieces have been traded. So you just missed me and Aman talking about French culture that he's not a part of, and nothing important. But now we have some trades, and we have a little bit of asymmetry on the board. And Aman, let's just jump right into it since we're already on move 12 or so.
Yeah, okay. I didn't realize that we actually do have the game on here. So here we go. I'm going to catch up with things. How's the time situation? Looks about even. D4, instinctively, I think, okay, this is great for white because we're getting an isolated pawn to play against. But then I start to look at the position. I'm like, wait a minute. The pieces aren't developed at all. You got such a strange position here for white. Chris, fully developed and mobilized, ready to go.
So the theme, again, for those of you just joining us, has been the attacker wins. Actually, it's probably a good thing to know for many levels of chess. And honestly, so Yeah, as we go for this middle game, we're going to see, does somebody go nuts? Does white play f4, g4, and just go absolutely nuts? But thematically for the match, it's good. Is it actually good in this game? I'm not sure, but we'll see.
Yeah, this bishop move, though, is exactly what I was waiting to see from Christopher Yu. It's targeting the d3 square. Either piece popping in there looks annoying. We may see an Alpha Zero-esque move, Queen H1 soon. So I'm excited at the prospect of that, especially after Bishop D3, which would only encourage it. But if Knight D3, then you're happy to trade, and White is probably planning to move this knight to F3 or B3 and mobilize his bishop, because, man, it's been a while that these pieces haven't joined the action.
Yeah, that'd be totally nuts if the queen went to H1. Wasn't there a Carlsen, a non-world championship game where the queen did that too? I don't recall perfectly, but feels like there was.
Yeah, this is a move that even if it's like not the right move in the position, I'm sorry, I'm playing it. Like it's you're not gonna get me to resist temptation there.
You know what's weird is when black plays it in the hedgehog and the queen is on A8, it feels normal. But when white plays it, it does not feel normal when the queen lands on H1.
Right, exactly. So takes on E8. The one thing about the knight on F3 as opposed to B3 is now knight takes on C1. You do have to take with the queen. The B2 pawn is loose. I'm also strangely looking at knight takes B2, and I almost forgot there's no rook B1.
That is an excellent point. B4, it's a little strange because when you play against the IQP, you definitely want to blockade it. And when you don't have your C pawn anymore, the blockade is a little bit more tenuous without your knight having that anchor. But I also understand, the B pawn was weak and he's trying to use that sort of mini 2-on-1 advantage on the queen side. But very fascinating game. And the B pawn does
it really
fall.
Is. He really wanted this bishop move. So I think that's what it was all about. I'm actually a little bit surprised that knight takes c1 wasn't played before grabbing the b pawn, just to take that bishop off the board. Instead, white gets to keep it and send the bishop to probably its best square. So despite the material, I don't know. I kind of think white achieved something in the last couple of moves, Mike.
Yeah, not only do you get rid of the bishop, Paramon, but you also get rid of the bishop that can help keep the blockade in place.
Right.
Yeah, a little bit strange. And let's just be honest, you're up a pawn, so it is a trade. So I could think of at least 3 reasons that black may want to revisit that decision.
Yep. Bishop to e4, knight f5 by Pranav here. I think this is turning in Christopher's favor on the board, but on the clock, it still favors Pranav, so he'll have to make use of that.
Right, this is almost a good warm-up for the 1 minute because you're going to get situations like this just naturally in the 1 minute, although we still have about 15 minutes left in the 3 minute. But this would be big. If Christopher could finish off this despite the time deficit, get back to equal on the 3 minute segment and get back to a 3-point deficit, that would be big for him.
Knight takes e4, and there's a lot hanging here. f2 and the e3 knight are loose, but still, I feel like this is not so easy. Wow, okay, he goes to d1. I was thinking g4, but he obviously didn't like pawn to h5.
It's a big traffic jam on the d file. So black's extra pawn not useful yet, but he's not even using the extra pawn. This is where the commentators struggle because these are patterns we're not familiar with. But yeah, there's something happening on the king, and just don't know what it is.
So hard to see exactly what. Queen c6, by the way, felt like the idea, but there was a crazy queen d8 move.
Okay, good spot. Now queen c6 anyway.
Who's threatening who here?
I don't know. I mean, now a queen trade? That looks weird when the white king was so weak, but okay. That feels like a win for white. In fact, not even just equalizing, but maybe white's just better somehow because the b pawn is so weak?
He just went on time.
Oh,
the game just ended.
I wonder if that was based a little bit on the connection. I'm not quite sure. I didn't catch Pranav's reaction. He does not look happy, of course, but
he doesn't look happy, but he looks unhappy in like a disconnect way, not a flag way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Yeah.
I don't know. Or it could be an I lost track of my time. I don't know.
True.
I don't know buddy like you know buddy.
This is when you're looking at him, you're going, buddy.
Yeah. I speak more Tamil than buddy, which is to say not much.
You gotta at this point, while it may be the actual time situation and just being too low on time, obviously the connection is playing some role. We just don't know to what extent. But it's always, touch and go in these situations because you never want to take anything away from Christopher in these situations. That's fully out of his control. He's been playing a good match and putting Pranav in these low on time situations, but then there is some things that are just out of his control.
Yeah, 2 of his 5 wins have been, let's say, assisted by something that we don't exactly understand.
Yep.
But yeah, it is part of internet chess, and he also has one of his losses because he played f6 is a bit of a an issue there. So it all kind of comes full circle. Now, somebody in the chat says that we should play a song when Buddy wins. I'm not sure if you heard the beginning of the broadcast. If you mean the De La Soul song, but we can't afford the rights to that, so yeah, we're not going to do that.
I was going to say, did Mike somehow get his song reference plugged into the broadcast? That would be impressive, considering you said you were setting out to do that.
Well, 3 Feet High and Rising came out in '89. I think we're like 40 more years from the copyright expiring. So call me when I'm 73. And, we'll play it then.
I was going to say, Buddy didn't even come out until a long time after that.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, well, we have a wholly different pawn structure in this game. And Christopher, he's, back to being down a minute. Wouldn't recommend it, but he seems okay with it.
Do you think Pranav's doing that thing where, he's going to try to be up so much time that he can disconnect for a minute and a half and still be up on time? Like, he's creating a buffer to account for the connection issues.
I mean, I guess, yeah. If you were legitimately afraid of you getting yourself disconnected, you could almost say you're not starting with 3 minutes. You're starting with an expected value time of 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
I mean, honestly, like I'm saying a little bit as a joke, but also not entirely, because he has a reason to be a little bit concerned about those things because they are happening. So, okay, he might be actually actively playing extra fast, but it's also a legitimate strategy in chess overall. So it might work out for him.
Yeah. I did see him turn over his left shoulder there. He might still be trying to sort things out. But what he's also trying to sort out is the weakness of his c-pawn. Now, White was going for b4, but after a pawn trade and then knight a6, the c-pawn's covered, and then the b-pawn's slightly weak. So it's not like b4 is just going to be played instantly. Mm-hmm. White has to come up with a little bit better idea than just b4.
That's right. So b4 takes. I mean, pretty much, as you called it, b4 itself is not going to be good enough. But okay, very quick move. Queen f5 there. More nightmares on light squares here. I mean, what's the situation?
Yeah, I guess. And it was played so quickly, but I guess the analysis is so clear that if he loses the knight but gets the bishop, White's king is toast. But
he walked into this. I mean, the way that Pranav is playing right now is maybe the closest thing to tilt that I've seen from him. Just that he seems to have played this game so intentionally fast, as if he's like compensating for something. And knight d4, I mean, that is a one mover. That's probably objectively maybe the biggest blunder of the match almost.
Now, Christopher is belaboring his time in this position and doesn't take.
It's remarkable, yeah. Now knight. Yeah, wait a minute. Now the knight either slots into e5 or e4. I mean, why was that not something that you take?
I don't know. I almost felt like Christopher was deciding whether or not to do the moral thing. Like when your opponent mouse slips and you try to decide how you're going to return. I mean, that's not the case, right? But
yeah, definitely
he had a piece and he just like thought for a while and then didn't take the piece. I can't give you an explanation.
Yeah, I mean, after pawn takes, of course, he ends up in a pin, but it does seem like the worst that happens there is somehow he might lose it back. But usually in those cases, there's a way for White to do some sort of desperado. So I'd have to see the position again. But obviously, that was complicated enough that he didn't know how to get out of it. And remember that strategy that Pranav's been using? 2 minutes to 9 seconds.
Yeah.
Look at this.
What you bring up is a fair point, though. He saw his knight was pinned. If the knight moves, you lose your bishop, you get mated, you start to have bad thoughts in your head, and yeah, you could, fill in the blanks from there.
Mm-hmm.
But
some severely on d4 is not quite enough, right? The queen takes and either goes over to h4, or the pawn takes and covers f3.
Right, but you've basically done what writers call foreshadowing. Like something is going to happen on the light squares when you've got a minute 40 to 5 seconds. You'll be able to conjure something. I'm almost positive.
I like rook to e8 to a8. I know it was a little slow, but that felt like the move to me. If white gets to play knight e2 and trade the queens because of mate, the position is so much easier to play. White has 2 seconds, Mike. You have to be trickier than this as black.
Yeah, I don't know what you do here as white, because if you just circle around and let black continue to make threats, it's just not a survivable position. Maybe Nakamura, but that's about it.
I do not like the way that black is playing this. White is going to have king f2, a super easy knight move, and a queen trade, and position becomes really easy to play.
Okay, so black has to move the rook, and he's going to try to swing it around. If you sense the knight is coming to e2, you might put the rook in front of the bishop, which seems counterintuitive, but then the b pawn will be a little bit weak. So I wonder if he's considering playing rook e4, even though you've been going for these mates for a while. But no, he leaves the rook there because of the mate on f1.
He's so tricky, though. Bishop g2, and then even having a move after knight takes b5 ready is amazing.
Okay, so now white is probably not going to get mated. White has this strong b pawn. However,
I'm scared here.
yeah, black stops. There are still some mates you have to at least think about.
Yep, rook h1. I think f5. I don't think you want to play d5 and block your bishop. So.
Okay, well, if you take, it's an uncomfortable draw, but you still got some problems on h2 if you trade up everything here after bishop.
Yeah, I think this is reasonable. There's rook check.
Yeah, your king has to go to h1.
Interesting. Yeah, I guess he kind of knows what he's doing here. He's got it figured out. Wow.
So if he holds this, that's feeling pretty good when you had 2 seconds left and the weakest light squares in the history of chess.
That's right.
So the deficit probably will stay at 3. There'll be one more game of the 3-minute, unless it's very fast. It'll probably be the final 3-minute game. And he's right there in that margin, 2-3 games, but he's not going to want to lose the final 3-minute game. So we'll see how long this goes.
Yeah, you figure it should be the last game. These guys have had some super close games. This has been a really entertaining 3-minute portion because you look at the score and it's dead even. So whoever wins this game is going to change the scoreline a little bit.
Okay, yet another new opening, although, as we've said, Pranav is the one that's experimenting a little more. We have somewhat of a Verisov type opening here, or is this the Jobova? I always get him a little bit confused, but one of those newfangled openings the kids play.
Yeah, I know. I think they call this one the Jobava London with knight c3 and bishop f4. And probably the most notable thing that maybe everyone knows now, but it was news to me when I found out, is that it's actually named after his brother, not Bader Jobava.
I didn't know that. Okay. Well, I feel like it's, in America, when I was growing up, we had these PSAs that would always start out with these 3 notes on TV. It would go, dun, dun, dun. And as a kid, they were going to lecture to you about like healthy eating habits. And I feel like we should play that little 3-note tune because you guys just learned something. So Jobova's brother, congratulations. We just threw you a bone, whoever you are.
Bishop takes c5. Now, I just look at this and I'm like, it makes sense to me for black. The Jobava London always has this weird thing where the knight ends up on c3. You play d takes c5 a lot. And really what you end up going for is something a little bit later, like an e4 move. But before that move happens, I look at the position. I'm always like, is this really supposed to be good for white?
Yeah, I wonder if, Bador wins in spite of the opening, not because of the opening.
Oh, absolutely. I think that's definitely the case. But this looks great. This is like a really, really good position for Chris Yu. Not that white is lost or anything, but certainly I don't think there's an advantage to speak of.
Okay, well, we're getting closer to being able to say it is the final 3-minute game. I can't imagine somebody getting a decisive result here in the next 2 minutes and 45 seconds. But a check of the clocks, as we do often about this time, we usually say Christopher's down, but he's not. He's actually got a small advantage, but that must feel like a large advantage when you consider where he usually is this point in the game.
That's true. Rook b8. I feel like at some point black wants to play g6. It handles this knight really well, and then you can think about e5. But e5 at some point surely has to happen.
I like it. It's funny how you needed G6 to prepare E5, but I do like the analysis there. Smarter Chess says that Pranav is down to a 68% chance of victory. Although if you keep the same 3-point margin, as less and less time remains, that number should go up a little bit. But I think the last time we checked in with Smarter Chess, it was a 4-point advantage. So it necessarily has gone down a little bit. Okay, so B4, fixing those pawns on the light squares, but also making your C3 pawn backward. This is one of those positions where I never know which is more important, and I hope the Grandmaster can tell me.
Yeah, I think the move B4 stands out to me because if Black was able to rally an A5 B4 push, it would just be too much counterplay. So yes, this is a serious problem, and I think the reason why it favors Black here is because of this bishop, which sounds weird to say. If White could play A4, then this pawn on B5 would be weaker than the one on C3, easier to attack. But because A4, you just take it, honestly, or you leave it there and take with the bishop on B5. I'm not buying into it. I think this pawn on C3 is a serious weakness.
Okay, well, again, it's one of those decisions that it's so you're getting so much and you're giving up so much that it's almost intuitive. Like unless you play as many games as Aman has, it's going to be really tough to understand that move in its full context.
That's very fair. And these guys have played even more than myself. So it definitely comes from experience to some degree. And my experience with developing my pieces is that they're not supposed to look like that.
Okay, so the knight does target the c-pawn. The c-pawn is pretty much never going to be able to push. As Aman pointed out, the a-pawn can't push. So it's almost like Black is playing with an extra pawn. Although Black's d-pawn, you could also argue by the textbook definition, is a backward pawn as well.
What's happening after rook to f6? I think White just loses f2, but maybe takes on d5. I don't know. There was a lot going on there. Rook f6 was hitting f2, and also knight c3 looks totally playable.
Yeah, I'm actually kind of wondering why he went for the c3 pawn. That pawn's going to be weak forever, but you do have to win it at some point, and he chose now.
Yeah, e4 is a massive threat. Knight e2, not quite a game-winning threat, but may still be a good move. This looks just so comfortable for Chris.
Honestly, this looks like one of Chris's best games so far as taking an advantage. And he's not converted it yet, of course, but at no point in this game has he been under any duress. And Pranav realized that and says, okay, now's the time to upset the apple cart and throw some pieces at Black's king and see what happens.
Totally agree. That's a really, I think it's totally correct as well that this game has been start to finish fantastic for Chris Yu. But he's got 26 seconds and everything can be spoiled by one mistake, as we all know too well from our own games. So he has to be careful.
Time is up in the 3-minute, but per rule, we do finish out the game. It does count fully, but after this game, we will transition to the bullet after a break, but we need to see if Christopher can shrink this lead to 2. I will be fascinated to see what Smarter Chess's predictions, percentage predictions would be if it's shrunk to 2, because Smarter Chess did give Christopher a very slight pull in the 1-minute segment.
Yep, remember that rook was actually being attacked by the bishop on f1, so although f5 looked normal to defend the pawn, kind of a sneaky uncovering attack there with rook e3.
Okay, both players down to less than 30 seconds. And Christopher already showed some aplomb when he got down to 2 seconds in a recent game, but he's got the better position here despite the fact that he's down just a few seconds on the clock.
So the reason that this position isn't like completely overwhelming is that if the rook ever moves, of course, there's rook takes c3. And that part is annoying. That part is very tough to deal with. But knight e2 will be a winning move very shortly.
Yeah, okay, so then if I'm Black, I'm just looking to get out of the one trouble spot, which is my knight on c3. But now there's knight additional E2. Complications. It's gonna play.
I can't believe knight e2 wasn't played, but I guess f5 was loose, so yeah, that actually makes a lot of sense.
Okay, well, I'm kind of waiting for it to be played now. Okay, there we go, finally.
He's earned that tactic. He has been holding that for a long time.
Yeah, okay, so all the trumps are his. Big central pawn majority, extra exchange. But for 4 seconds, you never know.
Yeah, there's, dreams of a sack on h7, but queen h6 is a game-winning move. That should trade the queens, and it does. It gets him the win. And the disappointment on Pranav's face as he sees that lead shrink just a bit. And what did I say going into this, Mike? I said, don't worry about coming out on top at the end of this. Just shrink the lead a little bit. And he did exactly that.
Yep, he did what he had to do. He shrunk the lead back to 2. He used some pretty good play there at the end and played, I think, his best game of the match. So the break has so far today been really useful for the player that needed it. I'm not sure who needs it more here. Christopher's got a small amount of momentum, only a 2-point deficit as we transition into the 1-minute phase. A reminder that before the match, Smarter Chess gave Christopher a small advantage in the 1-minute segment. Christopher, of course, is a very fast player, as we've seen in his Puzzle Rush score and other Blitz events that he's done on chess.com. So it is going to be a great 1-minute segment. There's going to be 30 minutes more of chess. And a 2-point advantage is really not that much of a big deal. So please stick around because this is much closer than that first match. We want to see the remainder. We'll see you very soon.
Right here is how I use Chessable and why. I've been using it for a long time. I mean, if you look up here, I actually have my streak. It says 1,231 days, right? You're going to forget a lot of the things that are in the book. Chessable came around. When I got on Chessable, it's literally, I was already doing that. So this is now a game changer because I can do it faster. It's online. It's in front of me. All of my books are here. There's going to be folders now so I can categorize by white, black, and tactics in game. But I literally have everything in one area. As you see, I'm scrolling here. This is why I like this. So they're like, how many Chessable books you got? I'm like, all of them. How I use Chessable is actually, I do a lot for the opening training. I do tactics on here. I do calculation. I do in-game. I do everything but the database. All my training on here all the time. Chessable is the wave. This is why I like to use Chessable. It's actually helped me. I remember even online, I was only like capping out at 2350, almost 2400 in Blitz and Bullet. My chess comm is 26 with a high of 2774 in Bullet. And I blame all of this, like success really is just working on Chessable, just being honest with you. What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back to this quarterfinals match in the Chess.com 2023 Junior Speed Chess Championship. I'm here with my co-host Grandmaster Amon Hambleton, and we are seeing quite an exciting and unpredictable 4 versus 5 matchup. Christopher Yu is attempting to mount a comeback and finds himself down 9-7 going into the bullet segment. Amon, there you see it on the screen. Do you think that Christopher has a lot of momentum or just a little bit of momentum going into the bullet here?
I think the momentum is not at an all-time high, but I think the match is completely within reach. I mean, 2 points in bullet, like it goes like that. Like it could just disappear right at the start. You win one game, suddenly, you know, the opponent's on the back foot. It can switch up so quick. So people should buckle up. This will be really, really entertaining. It's nice when the bullet portion really, really decides the match like this, and it's still close going in. So from Pranav's perspective, yeah, you know, obviously the lead has shrunk, but Pranav's an incredible bullet player. And does anyone have a real edge in the bullet? I don't think so. I mean, Smarter Chess is given a very, very slight edge. I don't think either one of these players feel like that's a noticeable edge at all.
Yeah, Smarter Chess made this about as close as it could be in all 3 segments. Of course, the winner plays the top seed Gukesh, but before you can climb that mountain, you have to climb this one, or at least finish off the climb. I think it's going to be really close. I've never seen a 1-minute segment, even with the increment, go anything less than about 8 games. So even if the worst thing happens and Christopher starts out with a loss, there's still lots of time left. But he's looking at probably trying to get back to like 5-3 would be the score to get to a tiebreak. But here we go. We are off and running, and we have ourselves a repeat of game 1. Everything comes full circle in the chess world, but this time it's an open Sicilian.
That's right. Yeah, definitely a different position than what we saw in the first game. And knight f5, queen g4. This already looks like a wild position, probably one that I would say favors white.
Yeah, I thought black was going to play knight e6 and not open up his pawn structure a little bit, but the attacker has done better today, and definitely Christopher has done a good job of getting himself a lifelong weakness, or at least a minute-long weakness on these dark squares.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, the bishop's going to try to camp out on f6, and then black has to worry about mates on g7 for the rest of the game. Luckily for black, the knight can hop back in to e6 if needed.
Yeah, I think it's probably, as I just noticed, the eval bar not supporting my opinions, and obviously I'm always correct, Mike, so I have to address that. The eval bar is certainly not accurate in this position and not operational at the moment. So this is not a position that is overwhelmingly good for black or anything. So don't worry, guys. You have myself and Mike here, 2 of the best in the game, to make sure you guys know what's happening. But no, with bishop g5 here, Mike, this is not a big advantage for black.
Right. So audience and chat, pretend it's the year 1997. Okay. You actually have to listen to us, and albeit we're throwing some darts in the dark here a little bit, but we do know a little bit now. Yeah. No computer help for you today. So actually, you know, black gives the exchange and gets a pawn just to get rid of all the attack. And, you know, there are a lot of practical chess we've seen, but at the end of the day, he's still down in exchange, and there's lots of open files for those rooks, and he hung a piece. Is that right?
I guess so.
Yeah, he just hung the piece on c5, the knight. He's looking around a little bit here. He looks very distracted, and that's probably the only explanation for why you might hang a piece in a position like this. Oh, now the eval bar is caught back up. We're back to the year 2023. Now the eval bar works.
Well, it worked just in enough time to let us know that, that actually was completely winning for white. But I think everyone had that idea by now.
Okay, so the deficit is now only 1 game. We have played 3 hours of chess and gotten almost nowhere, but Pranav has got to figure out his setup here. He's it looks like he's in his bunker, and he's going to.
I have never seen such delay between the games. Like this match has the longest delay between rematches. Usually, especially in bullet. I mean, Mike, those things are instant. You're like ready to go for the next game. So it's surprising to see so much time between each game.
Okay, well, we can take a look at that analysis of that game a little bit. There was some interesting things at the beginning of the game to talk about. But Aman, this is where I would estimate the 10-year age difference between us becomes important, because I can recall dial-up internet, and this is, sometimes you got to be patient on the internet, and things don't just okay. I'm playing a little bit of old man chess there, but let's go back to the game and see how exactly those dark square weaknesses unfolded.
Yeah, I mean, after queen g3, I think white is just better here, and I think white is actually much better than the eval might indicate. Like, it seems like, oh, okay, slightly better, but no. I see this bishop all over these squares, and even though black can maybe win the c2 pawn, I just don't think it matters. It's all about the king side. If the queens disappear from the board, suddenly maybe black's completely fine, but with the queens on, this looks frightening. So no surprise to me. I didn't expect it to happen the way it did, but no surprise to me that this is just completely lost.
Gotcha. So really, the loss of the dark squared bishop spelled doom. There was just no defense at that point. We did see on the screen there the possible tiebreak procedures, probably not something we had to mention much in Gukesh's match, as he won convincingly, but with only a 1-game deficit, let's remind everyone what could happen if we get into bonus chess territory. We would play a 4-game mini match of 1+1. And they do play all 4, so it's not sudden death if anybody wins or anything like that. And if they're still tied 2-2, then we play a 5-minute Armageddon game, and then our arbiter jumps into my ear and tells me how that works. But anyway, back to chess. We have another ready, although it's Pranav playing it this time, or it may actually be a King's Indian attack. He's played it as a defense, now he's playing it as an attack.
Yeah, I think it's bullet. I mean, the openings are not super relevant anymore, but okay, Pranav going for a position that he knows well, right? If he's played it from the other side, obviously he knows what he's doing. He knows where the pieces belong, and that doesn't change when you flip the colors.
That's true. I think it was your countryman who used to play this double fianchetto was white. Duncan Suttles? Was he was the guy who popularized this? Of course, that was back before bullet chess existed.
Yeah, I was going to say, he would be so proud to know that it's a bullet weapon nowadays.
Right. If you tuned in today wondering if you were going to hear a Duncan Suttles reference, congratulations, your day is fulfilled. But as we get back to the match, Christopher is only down 1 point, and he may find his form in the 1 minute where you absolutely have to play fast. You can't get down big time disadvantages like he's been doing. So he may naturally slide into a format that's more comfortable for him.
Yep. No, this is definitely a very important game here. Obviously, it's within 1, but Christopher Yu, if he can bring it back right now, it's going to be very important. And I actually see I'm going to have to... This eval bar is really not... seems to need a refresh on every game here. So there we go. It's back now. I was wondering why the position was so good for white there. I was like, it can't be that good already.
Yeah, interesting. Now, another interesting thing is Pranav has played b4 for the second time in a row as white, although, of course, it's much different than in the prior game where the c3 pawn was a backward pawn. And we have ourselves a pin on the rook on e4. Sure looks
It's funny, right when the eval bar kind of fixed itself, it went right back up. Like, wait a minute, it was right the whole time. That was so good for white. No,
okay,
big
white,
blunder there.
Yeah, white does have 2 minors for the rook, and now the queenside pawns are falling. So Pranav has very good chances here to keep that buffer at 2. I feel like if you have a 2-game advantage, you inherently feel so much different than 1 game because you know you can hang your queen and still be ahead. Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, king g2, nice and easy. Knight c5 is incoming. Have to activate the pieces. And it's actually, rook for 2 pieces here, but it's all about whether these pawns get going. g6 is a great move, but f4, is that just a better response?
Yeah, you don't usually open the position when you're the person with the 2 minors, but tactically he's trying to get rid of that very strong e-pawn.
There is a rook d2 move. Yeah, he doesn't care about a2. It's just not relevant to the position as e6 is falling here.
Okay, so not only does e6 fall, but it's going to fall with some initiative on the black king.
I don't know about this. There's king f6 coming. Wow, what a tricky position. We've seen rook against 2 minor pieces so many times in this match.
Yeah, White's trying to organize some sort of pressure on the king because otherwise your pieces are a little bit discombobulated. Now, we saw a variation of this a few games ago where the two knights were dealing with a wide open rook. It's not that easy for White to convert at all because his rook is running amok around the chessboard.
Yep. Knight c5 maybe and get a check in there. Ooh. What the heck is happening here? Is everything falling apart?
You only have one more dark square to start that white pawn.
Yeah,
but also White's pieces are all messed up on the c file. So
you have to play e7 and king f4.
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, this is just lost, of course.
Yeah. Oh, that's clever. And now you got 2 pawns versus the knight. Okay, what is going on? Now White's probably winning.
Well, White should be winning.
Because you can play your king to f6 and kind of, well, actually, you got to be careful.
No, these bullet games have just been nuts. Because, Black will now just shuffle for the rest of the game.
Fascinating. And if you're White, you can't come around because Black will trade off your last pawn. You'd even lose the game. So, okay, I guess a draw is a just result. I couldn't keep up with the action there, but Christopher.
I don't know about a fair result. I guess it depends when you dropped in on the game, right? There were many moments, I think, when both sides were better, but it's definitely a result that will keep both players reasonably happy. I think they both understood they could have lost that.
Yeah, 1.4 billion Indian fans are not using the word fair right now. They were really hoping that Pranav's 2 minors pushed that lead back to 2 games. But no, it's back to, or remains at 1. And we'll see if Christopher can use his second opportunity as White to actually level the score. We have not been level since one and a half, a long time ago.
Yeah, that's right. It's been an age since then. I'm immediately seeing queen f6. Now, the knight doesn't have a ton of support on e4, so like knight d2 will always boot it out pretty nicely, I think.
Good news. I think the eval bar is back because it's actually within a range that I can say is reasonable to be true.
Yes. Yeah, it looks correct so far. Okay, this knight is a little bit, I was about to say, it just kind of feels like it's on the wrong square there. I want to play b4 and bishop b2, but that's not that easy to achieve. This bishop likely is going to make its way back to maybe c3.
I think h4 was highly speculative. I mean, even if you got your pawn to h5, your h-pawn would be very weak after the knight moved. So it seems like you've weakened your position a lot with this h4, h5 idea. But it's a bullet idea, right? You can always move your h-pawn and bullet,
Exactly, that's a good point. That pawn's defended, which I actually didn't notice for a second. The knight wants to make its way back into the position. You don't want a fianchetto knight, as funny as that looks.
Okay, so a battle of super weak pawns here, but
exactly.
Maybe White's going to try to play knight h4, knight f5 or something? I don't know.
And knight e5, rook takes f2, and then knight e4 is a little concerning.
Yeah, I would say knight's value goes up in bullet. Not a 3-point piece, probably closer to 3.5 because of all the tricks.
So after rook takes here, rook takes, knight takes e4, what are we missing? It almost looks like you have to take with the queen.
Yeah, there's no queen who hits the loose rook on a8. So
I wasn't finding anything.
Okay, but somehow this loses. There's kind of a back rank problem. Oh, is there queen takes... If the king moved to h8, was there a queen takes a8?
Well, just the rook was hanging. That's the problem.
Oh, also, okay.
Yeah, it was such a blunder that it didn't even need all that. In fact, queen takes a8 might have still been winning.
I assumed it was a complicated solution, but apparently it was even simpler than that. So, wow, there we have it. 2.5 out of 3 right out of the gate. The lead is completely evaporated, and all of Tamil Nadu is putting on an extra pot of coffee because, extra pot of chai, because we are back to all square. And Smarter Chess says, funnily enough, Smarter Chess is back to all square. 52%
wow.
when we started.
What do you know? 9.5, and guess what? Anyone can win this match. That only makes sense.
If you look at the blue and the green lines, it's like a perfect fractal. It's exactly the same on the top, and well, it's always like that. But okay, I'm going to stick with my previous comment that Smarter Chess is back to where the predictions were pre-match.
Okay, giving up a pawn here on d3, albeit maybe temporary. But there's a situation where black could end up with double pawns on f6, and I don't think you'd want that.
Well, this is what everybody wants in the 4-5 matchup. The 8-1 matchup wasn't much of a matchup. We just got to see Gukesh's brilliance and dominance. But this is totally up in the air for those of you still that are just tuning in. You tuned in at the exact right moment because we've got 20 minutes left and we are all square in the Chess.com Junior Speed Chess Championship. Christopher Yu from America against Pranav from India.
Yeah, and this is literally the match, or the game rather, where it could swing into Chris Yu's favor for the first time in a long time, and that could do wonders for the confidence. Pranav winning this game is such a statement. Just, quelling the momentum, it would be so important for both players. So a lot at stake in this particular bullet game here, Mike, even though there's still some match to play.
I agree with you. It'd be very hard to have a deficit for the first time in 3 hours. Pranav is putting his rook eyeballing that black queen. That can't feel very comfortable for black to have to face moves like knight to b6 and various things coming up.
Okay, c7 is loose, but I don't think that's as much of an issue as maybe, it would seem to us humans here, but did he just make it into a bigger issue? Now there's knight a6 and rook c8 to defend the bishop's not available.
Yeah, I was wondering if black was just going to pitch the exchange to reduce the pressure. That's exactly what's happened. But we've seen today, even with 2 minors against a rook, the position is totally unpredictable. Now we just have a simple exchange.
That's right. The other thing about this position is even if white wins this, it could eat up a lot of time on the clock. So be curious to see how long this game goes.
Right. We usually see at least 8 games in the bullet, and so far we've seen only 2.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a mistake there. I think I would grab that bishop, yeah.
Right, and now if you're black, this is a fortress-type position where...
I think it is.
Yeah, we are required contractually to bring up Magnus's quote from the World Championship that he doesn't believe in them, but that's only because as a commentator we're required to say that. I think in this position, black is close to a fortress.
Yeah, I think he's pretty much got it. I actually was surprised to see h4 because h3, g4 at least kept a little bit more life in the position. But okay, he's clearly got some ideas of checkmate down the road here. Rook g8, rook h8 ideas.
Yeah, I guess if you could get your king back to f3, you could play g4 and then hope to use your f and your h to overwhelm the g. But the checks are so prevalent that how can you even get g4? And I don't know.
Yeah, he's kind of making an attempt to win, but I think black could even win this position if you're not careful. So,
by the way, with 6 seconds left, Pranav looked over again off his left side, and now only 1 second left for Christopher. He's living on the edge. And
wow. He lost that game, and I'm actually kind of wondering how. So that was a win for Pranav, actually.
I was trying to follow the action and Christopher Yu's clock and Pranav looking over his left side for some technical reason. And somehow when he lost the A-pawn, his position was undefensible anymore. But Christopher had like 1.5 seconds left for the majority of those final 10 moves. That really cost him in the end.
Yeah, this is what I've been saying about the 1 second being like almost useless. Like it gives you the impression that you're not going to lose on time, but you still are. It's a false sense of security sometimes.
Yeah, and the most annoying thing about defending those positions, well, you tell me, you're more of a bullet player than I am, is when you have the 1 second facing the unexpected check, because it nullifies your pre-move, because you can always get checked and you don't know when the check's going to happen, and it can really mess you up.
Right. a4, a5. So he does not want to see a5 happen, but okay, white can go for something like b3, queen d3, knight d2, just go all full light square action, and the bishop on b6 could just turn into a familiar phrase from earlier in this match, a tall pawn.
I want to hear from chat now that the lead is back to Pranav's favor. Do you think Pranav can hold on, or do you think that Christopher is showing a little bit more acumen in the bullet and Christopher's going to be able to pull this out? So let us know in the chat what you guys think.
Queen c4, good move. but rook d2 is a nice answer. I think we'll see b3. It guards a4 and frees up the rook to double. So I expect that to come next. Bishop on f2 kind of has to stay there, right? d3 is just way too strong to allow.
Somebody mentioned in the chat they thought Pranav looked tired. Of course, it's much later in India, but Christopher has rubbed his eyes at least 2 or 3 times that I've seen. So I'm actually not sure about the tired level. We can only speculate. But now the e-pawn becomes a passed pawn. It's also all by himself. It's the classic wedge pawn. Is it strong or is it weak? And I don't know. It looks more weak than strong.
I would almost bail out for h7 here because there's a world where you don't really win. By the way, rook e5, queen g4, f5. Is that maybe working?
It was looking tough to defend everything, if I'm being honest. Yeah.
Okay. Well, this probably looks okay for black because you will eventually play c5. Bishop h4 to defend, but that's checkmate in 1. You can't take very good move g5 there.
Yeah, noticed by both players, and of course, lucky that white didn't just take on g5. When your opponent plays an unexpected move, don't give an immediate reply.
This is a mistake, though, probably by black. Maybe he needs to go d3 and collect that pawn, because why did white just get a free pawn and now has it on e6, right? That didn't need to happen.
Yeah, we're seeing the same thing from the previous game. Christopher has got a lot less time. He's only got 3.5 seconds left. He's going to have to play a bunch of moves here.
Yeah, I think this might actually work out for white. Queen takes c2, though. That's a nasty pawn to lose.
Yeah, white might lose 3 or 4 pawns here in the next 3 or 4 moves.
Yeah, no, you're right. That's too much. Wants to get a trade here. Queen c5.
Yeah, you can almost play queen c5, king h1, queen f2 stuff.
That's a really good move, rook e4. Christopher Yu barely staying in this game. He was on just a second. Queen b6, he's probably going to play next, and he wins on time. Pranav coming alive when he needs to in this Junior Speed Chess Championship.
You're right. The last 2 games have really kind of harkened back to the 5-minute segment, where it's been based a lot on Christopher's time. Every second is so much more important in the bullet, but Christopher just could not defend those positions, starting with 3 seconds, having to play so many moves. It's do or die. You can't dip into negatives and come back into positives. That one time you take too long and you lose the entire game. So he's got to pick up the pace a little bit. The lead is back to 2 games where we started the bullet. The only problem is we don't have 30 minutes left. We have 11 minutes and change for Christopher to get back in. He probably can't afford more than one. If you lose this game, there's still probably 3 games left, but you don't want to lose this game and put yourself in a forced 3 wins in a row situation.
Exactly. You gotta be kind to yourself. If he doesn't, I was about to say, if he doesn't take with the pawn, the knight c5 would have made it very uncomfortable for that queen. So maybe a forced move, even though I don't think that's what white wanted to do.
Okay, so now for the first time, I would say today, Aman, we need to think about match management. So we could get into a situation here where not much is going on, and Pranav should absolutely mess around and elongate the game. And the master of this is Nakamura. Nakamura is keenly aware, if you'll remember his match with Magnus, where he won by seconds because he figured out to the second how long he needed to play a losing position to make it the final game. And we're seeing that here as well.
Yeah, this position, it's actually kind of uncomfortable for white only because of the queen. If that queen was on c2, I think white would have a very, very serious edge. But the queen out on a4 like this, not connected with the position, white is almost unplayable for white unless you go b4. So that move is coming soon.
Yeah, b4 is really the only rescue mission. So if you're black and you know b4 was coming, I was wondering if he was going to like double rooks. I guess that was his intent, but white played b4 just in time.
He's keeping the pieces on the board. That's a really, really good idea by white. He found a way to keep the queens on and get his queen off of a4. I don't even know how he did that.
Christopher, once again, is going to have to play at a severe time deficit the remainder of this complicated game.
e1 is hanging. Don't play queen f3.
Once again, Pranav keeps looking over his left shoulder, I guess. maybe fixing a camera or two. I'm not quite sure, but he's got the time to do it. He's got a 15-second advantage, and he's also got a strong pin.
Didn't think I'd hear that. He's got the time to do it, and it's bullet.
Yeah, but it's true.
Yeah, queen back. C6 is hanging. Probably just pick up that pawn here. This is so loose for Chris. You've got h5 happening, queen b3, everything's hanging. What defense by Chris. Amazing move. Queen d7.
Yeah, only 7 seconds left, and he's got to find a way to win with this extra pawn. It would feel really demoralizing to just take a perpetual here. There's no way he's going to do that with a 2-game deficit in the match.
Mm-hmm. But, oh man, a loss that takes this long to appear on the board would also be devastating. Pranav is using the time so well.
Yeah, this game is so long that if Christopher loses, I still think there's going to be 3 games remaining, but it's really tight.
Oof. F4? No, queen d5, I'm sure. Yeah, F4 stands out as a move because that d-pawn is going nowhere.
Yep, and the rook on e6 is going nowhere. Oh, so we have an exchange sack, and then...
It's really smart, in my opinion. White has such a safe position, and the game is now going to continue for so long. Plus, I think White might actually win it.
Really? That's quite a prediction. I guess Black almost has
basically
to overexert
how is Black
himself.
going to win, you know? How is Black going to make it happen here?
Yeah, and I could see Black messing around for 20 moves, trying stuff, and then eventually playing g5 and overexerting because of the match situation. Like, that kind of thing I could totally see happening.
Maybe queen b8 and bishop e5 as an idea.
This is a nightmare position. And you don't normally say nightmare when you're up in exchange, but because of the match, you're just going to bleed so much time.
Yeah, no, this is like perfect. Queen b8, bishop e5. Ooh,
I'm not even sure if Christopher offered a draw if Pranav would say yes.
I don't think he should. Because he can play f3, don't forget, at any moment and, extend this for another bunch of moves.
Right. We are not looking at the notation panel on what we're doing, so I don't know how close we are to 50. I'm going to guess we're at around 25.
Ooh, there's that move.
Doesn't matter anymore after g5. Yeah, it did happen. Oh, man.
Yep, you called it, g5, but this might be the overextension.
I'm not even sure we have 3 more games. This has taken so long.
No, this is exactly like such a dream for Pranav. It's like a perfect game considering the match.
Okay, so 50 more moves, and then we'll see h4. No, you should play h4 sooner than that, I guess.
No, this is just so well done. Because you can play f3 at any moment here.
Yeah, this is the kind of game that if it was happening on Title Tuesday, everybody would be like, come on, guys. But here, there's a lot more going on than just what we see on the board. There's a lot of match management happening.
Yeah, this is a masterclass.
Oh, maiden one!
This is exactly what I thought would happen, like to a T. That position is unwinnable for Black and just a heartbreaker for Chris there. Blunders mate, Mike. I mean, this is so sad. But the game lasted, how long was that?
I would say that was a 5-minute game. There are some people in the U family that are wishing you were not so good at predicting weird outcomes. But I believe in the chess kid land, and even in the real chess world, we call that the epaulet mate because the king was cut off by his own pieces. Maybe I'm wrong on
exactly.
that. But yeah, not a good way to go out. And now you have to win, and you have to win quickly because if you have 2 slow wins here, you may well run out of time. So Christopher's got to get moving and grooving, as my tennis coach says. And we'll see if he's able to do that. He's got to get some wins, and he's got to get them quickly.
Yeah, the thing is, Chris, you even being at 40 seconds is just not the right sign. Because if this game gets down to like the 2.5, 3-minute territory, like the match clock when this game is done, that might already be too late. And we have seen what an expert Pranav is at prolonging things.
Exactly right. I don't know if he's the kind of person who keeps track of the match clock or this or that. So some players, I believe, don't because, they believe it might be an extraneous element. They just want to focus on the chess. But he would be smart to be aware because He can do 2 slow losses here and probably have that be enough. Weird thing to say, though. Chess players don't play for losses.
I think maybe Pranav's not like keenly aware that the match clock is at like 4 minutes or 5 minutes, and this could be totally wrong. But another way to look at it is that he knows he's ahead, so he knows that prolonging games is in his favor. He doesn't know exactly how good it is. He doesn't know exactly how good that result that he just put on the table was, but he knows it's good for him.
That's a good point. Yeah, you don't need to know specifics to know that the general is good enough. I agree with you there.
What's going on here? Pranav is with the black pieces. Opposite bishops is already giving me bad, vibes for the length of the game here, Mike. So I don't know if Chris Yu has the position that he wants, considering he needs to win quick.
Honestly, I thought he was going to keep his knight on d4 and play for a knight c6 type trick to weaken those light squares further, just because you have to try something. But I guess he's going to try to reorganize his knight to a5 instead.
Yeah, problem is f4 is loose here, and you might just go back knight h4 to repeat. e3, look out for that square.
Yeah, that's an important one. He wants to hide his king, take on a5, and play a knight c6 type move.
Yep, and he's going to do it. And by the way, that knight c6 type move, probably you shouldn't even calculate it. Just do it,
Yeah. Well, he may be looking at knight b7, which is almost the same thing. But okay, here we go. And you can definitely play this kind of move in the match type situation.
Mm-hmm.
But your magic number is coming up, where even if he wins, it's going to be less than 2.5 minutes. So
good point.
Don't know he's going to get it. I don't know if he has enough time.
Bishop a6 or bishop c6 both look like ideas here.
Yep. Computer says totally winning, and
wow, that was like a puzzle rush mate. You see how quickly he saw that?
Yeah, and it is mate with the queen coming to b5. And okay, so he takes this way, but there should be a mate somewhere. And there it is on b7. Okay, so to set the stage for you, he's down 2 games. He has to win this next one as black, and he's got to do it super quickly. We'll keep an eye on both Pranav's clock and the match clock, because if at any point Pranav's clock exceeds the match clock, Pranav can just put his mouse down and go get a celebratory drink. So, okay, here we go. Christopher's got to win quickly. Plays his Sicilian. Yeah. That's what he plays over the board.
It's a good opening, but I think he's already not playing with as much urgency as he needs to. You will see the match clock completely disappear. In fact, the game might be already close, or the match might be already close to over if he doesn't change his strategy. It's a minute 25 ticking down. Pranav's got 50 seconds. It's already getting to be he needs to win in 30 seconds.
Yeah, we should see Christopher's clock above 1 minute right now, even if there's substandard moves. You have to do it that way.
I don't think he knows the clock situation. I don't. I think he knows that it's, obviously a super important game, but I do not think he is watching the match clock. He's just playing the game. And it could be that Pranav is not watching the match clock either.
Yeah, but even if neither player is watching, our team will inform them if the match clock ends. But he's got a little something. He's got a target. He's got a hook pawn on g3. He's getting the h-pawn rolling. So devoid of the match situation, he's getting something. And we can officially say Pranav's time is above the match clock. However, if he's not aware of that, he may keep playing. Maybe that's what I have a theory. Maybe he's motioning back to the left because that's where he's checking the match clock. He could be actually checking in on the situation. Yeah.
Literally, I couldn't think of a worse place to put the dang match clock if you were playing a match. It's couldn't possibly have a worse location for it directly behind you. But if that's where he put it and that's what he's doing, then power to him. But this match is officially over, and I can tell you one person who was not watching the match clock was Christopher Yu, because he definitely was not playing this game like he knew he had to win in record time.
Well, congratulations to India's 75th Grandmaster, the 27th Grandmaster from Tamil Nadu. The match clock is over, and even if Pranav loses this match, he will go on to win as the 5 seed, the minor upset, and he will play the top-seeded Gukesh in the semifinal round. They're playing for a little bit of money in this game, a very small amount, but Pranav will win $1,750, and the remaining $1,750 will be split up based on the match score. So they're literally playing for about $50 right now. But Christopher would like to be playing for more.
Yeah, I think at this point, Christopher still likely does not know that the match is over, because why would he? I don't know. Why would he just all of a sudden figure out the match clock? Now I'm sure he's learning that, which will be disappointing because the match just became 12.5 to 11.5. But Mike, unbelievable that Pranav was able to hang on. He looks like he's letting out one of those sighs of relief, like.
Yeah, it was not domination in the bullet, but thanks to his better play in the first 2.5, 3 hours, he had just enough in the tank and just a little bit faster player during some of those key games when Christopher did all that work to get the match back to tied, and then Pranav just pushed that lead back to 3 games almost instantly. Christopher wins the final 2 games, but it wasn't quite enough, and I can see Pranav off camera pointing to himself like did I win? Yeah, you won.
He's just learning as well. Right. And we see the score there, so close. I'm going to pat myself on the back, Mike, and just say that I did expect the 5-minute segment to be the most, I guess the one that really mattered the most in this match, because these guys are bullet demons. They're 3-minute. Like, they play that all the time, but 5 minutes is such a weird time control for these junior players. I feel like it's probably the one they're least experienced in. So whoever found that comfort level early was going to jump out to a lead. Despite that, I didn't think it would go the way that it did, because Chris Yu came back swinging in this match. But you know what he never did, Mike, was he never took the lead after. I mean, did he ever have the lead actually the whole match? I don't think he ever did.
No, he fell behind with a first loss and got back to 1.5, and then dropped 4 games in a row. So let's take a look at the bracket. We will have an Indian player in the finals. We have the 1 versus 5 matchup in the semifinals, Gukesh versus Pranav. But before that, we have to finish off the quarters. Tomorrow are both of our remaining quarterfinal matches. We have our 3rd Indian player, Raunak Sadhwani, will take on, I think it's Rayad. I think somebody in the chat corrected me. Rayad Samadov. I will get better at my Aziri as the week goes on. And then we'll have Denis Lazovic against Darda, and it'll be a very exciting second day. I will be with you for the afternoon match, for the Denis Lazovic versus Darda match. So Indians have won the last 3 Junior SpeedChess championships, and they will have at least 1 player in the championship match, thanks to Pranav's brilliant play today and his faster play. And that was an exciting day. I'm glad I got this match, not just because I wanted to sleep a little bit more, but because I knew the 4-5 is where I wanted to be, Amran.
Yeah, I mean, this was exactly what you'd hope for from a 4th and 5th seed matchup. The match was literally decided by 1 point, by 1 game. That could be literally a draw that should have happened, but was turned into a win or a loss by one of these players. That's what we're talking about. That's the margin of victory in this match. So really couldn't have been better. We also got sort of conflicting styles, or it was actually like a who could attack first kind of match, because whoever did was doing fantastic. I think Pranav really did execute his match strategy perfectly. He wanted to attack. He got some amazing attacking positions, and he was able to use the clock as a weapon in so many of his games. So congrats to Pranav with the victory. Moving on, and Christopher Yu, just heartbreaking at the end to have that 5-minute bullet game essentially cost him the match.
Aman, are you surprised by the end result of this match?
No, I'm not. I think it was going to be a close match, so that's not surprising at all. And I have more experience playing Pranav, so I always think, he's just one of the most underrated players. It's finally his classical rating is catching up to him. So I feel like I can't really call him underrated anymore, but so rapidly improving. And the fact that it was a close match does not surprise me at all. I think everyone's prediction was pretty much spot on. This was a flip a coin match for a reason, Mike.
Great day of chess, and we just saw somebody who's done so much to elevate his play in the last year be a worthy semifinal competitor against Gukesh in the semifinal match. So let's take a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow we have 2 more matches, the exact same times as this match. I will be with you for the afternoon match, the later match. But in the morning, we will have Raunak Sadhwani against Rayad Samadov starting at 5:30 a.m. Pacific time. And then the later match, as soon as that one ends at around 10 a.m. Pacific time, will be Denis Lazovic versus Daniel Darda. So a very exciting day 2 of the quarterfinals. Remember, everybody that comes out of the Junior Speed Chess Championship seems to go on to be a super GM. Wei Yi, Van Foreest, Ali Reza Farouja. So these names I'm having trouble pronouncing now, but it's going to be required of me in about 12 months' time to pronounce them a little bit better. Amon, any final thoughts on today?
I think we were treated to what could be one of the closest matches in the whole tournament. I hope somehow, some way, we get an even closer one. But junior chess is so exciting to watch. These guys are the future for a reason. And literally the 8th seed might upset the 1st seed because they're just haven't had that opportunity, that platform yet. And that's why watching, I think, this tournament is just one of the most exciting. So for me to be able to watch it, but also jump in on the commentary, a privilege, and happy to share with you, Mike.
Super fun day, and a 2-second congratulations to Alice Lee, Chess Kid, becoming IM elect. Had to throw that in there. We're going to see her in this tournament, hopefully in a few years. Thanks so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow for day 2 of the quarterfinals, and I can't wait for the excitement of the Junior Speed Chess Championship to continue.